Alright, today we will be doing a min caps darker side run. One of the coolest runs in Odyssey. Obviously, it extends from the already popular minimum captures. Of course, the minimum being 3 captures. But before we start this run, we're gonna have to come over here and, just for optimability, we want to do a thing called daylight savings time of use. Pretty common in most modern speedruns. But we're going to start in 3, 2, 1, go. And we are off. This run is expected to take between 4 and 5 hours, probably closer to the 5-hour mark. But other than that, should be pretty fun. This run is jam-packed full of so many tricks. I mean, the entire time, aside from like the first like 10 minutes, you know, so many tricks. So I'm gonna do my best to explain all of them as I go. And if we get world record along the way, that would be pretty cool. Fix that in post. Alright, so now we roll up in Cap Kingdom. Pretty standard kingdom, you know. Doesn't really change throughout whatever category you do. So if you've seen Cap Kingdom one place, you've seen it everywhere. But one unique thing about this run, compared to many others, is that this run is in 2-player mode. Basically what that means is I am controlling a second controller with my feet, allowing me to perform some of the movement opportunities that 2-player allows me. Here as we enter Frog Room, that is supposed to be the first capture of the run, our sort of capture tutorial. But of course we'll have to be skipping that, since this is a min captures run, and that is not required. This is pretty standard in most min caps runs, all of them. There we get the checkpoint, and because we're going to need it later, and we can do left side. Of course this is a speed run, so I do have to be going fast. So it might be a little hard to explain. But we get that checkpoint for later, as we will be coming back to Cap to get moons. We come back to almost every kingdom. But there we go. That is technically our first CRC of the run. No, that's a joke. But that finishes Cap off. And we can move on to Cascade. Ooh. I golded there, nice. Alright, so once we move on to Cascade, this checkpoint right in front of us is actually a soft lockable item. There's quite a few of those in the run, but this is the first one. We have to get that checkpoint because of Toadette's checkpoint counter to eventually give us a moon, which we desperately need. And since we can't capture, we do have to avoid that chain jump with this out of bounds clip right here to eventually get this moon coming up. You'll see that I'm collecting some purples along the way. We do need those for a bunch of Toadette moons as well as outfits. Here we grab our first moon, being the waterfall basin. And I've already covered a whole lot of this. This is basically just normal 3 caps movement, so you've seen 3 caps, this is that, but we get some extra purples along the way. I'll try and just cover some things that's unique to the darker side run. But yeah, we just make our way through Cascade and collect some moons. Of course we have to do this section blind, but once you know it, it's not too bad. We come out on top, and, differently from 3 caps or whatever, we're grabbing a bunch of extra, like, collectibles and whatnot. Basically, just all for Toadette and for later usage. Alright, so now we come down here to do the CRC. That should be good. There we go. So we hit that checkpoint, almost missed. I'm gonna death warp, just because that's gonna be a little faster. And now we come up here to the moon. Next we gotta roll down here and get some of these purples, as well as our 4th moon coming up. This right here is a spin throw clip. It is a 1.0 only exclusive, which goes to mention that we are on version 1.0 of the game. the earliest version, which allows us to do some pretty cool things. That's not one of them, but, you know, like that spin throw clip, and actually this entire route, really. Oop. Alright, so, and now we actually have all the moons we need. So, of course we did a CRC and a whole bunch of out-of-bounds movement, but, again, just normal 3-cap stuff, all in a day's work. And now we pretty much just sit through cutscenes until we reach Sand Kingdom. That's a pretty good Cascade, if I do say so myself. Now we are on Switch 2, which allows us to get some faster loads, even if we are on 1.0, notoriously known for very slow loads. But as we enter Sand Kingdom, we need to do a lot initially. We need a lot of purples and checkpoints and everything. So I'm going to get those two as well as that checkpoint. You can see kind of immediately how much 2-player really helps to really just grab things out of the way. And, you know, not have to send Mario exactly to where it needs to go. So you can save a lot of time and movement. Of course, that's really hard to do by yourself. But, you know, when you kind of know 2P, like me, then you can kind of just do it. Great. Alright, so we get this moon, and then we get some more purples. Nope, come on. There we go. Alright, so now we get to do a few moons. We come up here to grab the archway. Now we keep getting checkpoints. A lot of this run is just going to be movement. And of course a live commentary. Can't cut anywhere, so you have to bear with it. So now we actually need to lure this bullet bill here to hit this block since we can't capture it. And in, you know, Min Caps Darker, you do need 500 moons. So that is quite a lot for very little captures. So we do need pretty much every moon we can get. So that is what we are doing. This is another soft walkable moon right here, this trace walking. Eventually we will be beating Harriet, the boss of this kingdom, which will take us to Night Sand, but once that happens, this guy and a few others actually disappear. So, yeah. That is a 100, wow. Super uncommon. No, this guy's actually super lenient for some reason. But we take the seed over to town. There's really no way around this. And of course getting some more purples. And planting both of those seeds. Alright, now we enter employees only. Grab this moon. And that checkpoint we got earlier, we can warp to it now. Here, I'm going to do something I haven't really experimented with before. It kind of just came to mind, but to just kind of show it off. Oh goodness. Alright. I'm going to try doing this platform clip, which technically won't save a lot of time, especially the way I'm doing it, but It wouldn't be done in this run if not for this. So we get this moon, and the reason it wouldn't save time is we do have to enter Sphinx, but then we have to talk to him after. I should probably grab all of these coins. So let me just... Whoop. There we go. But yeah, so that clip was... It still saves time if you do it right, but we still have to talk to the Sphinx. So, you know, it wouldn't lose much time if you just talk to him. But yeah, we know all these answers already. Also, you'll notice that we are in Chinese. This is the fastest version of the game. It basically just has the text scroll by a lot faster than, say, English or any other language. So yeah, we just do all these answers and, you know, get moons. Next we come up on another sort of soft lockable moon. These sheep, you know, the bane of everyone's existence, are soft lockable after you beat Harriet, so we have to get them before then. You know, I really hate the sheep, but something about the movement in 2-player is kind of fun with them. Oh. No, you... That cactus. Get in the pen. Don't hit the cactus. Alright, not the best, not the worst. Alright, so now that we have that, we have everything outside of the pyramid that can be soft locked. Now we have to come over here and do IP clip. This is the first sort of real roll cancel clip of the run. We did one in Cascade. That was more of a surface clip. This one is, you know, clipping straight through a wall. Made that look way too easy, but that is usually quite hard. We have to go through the pyramid because there are moons in here that we need. There is another trick called IP skip that we could have done, but, you know, we wouldn't have been able to get the moons in here, which we desperately need. In total, there are actually only 523 moons total in the entire, like, min caps max moons. So you have to decide which 23 not to get. And we decide that, of course, like 10 of them are really hard, so we opt not to do those. But this run still consists of a bunch of those really hard ones, so you'll get to see those later, a lot later. A lot of the hard stuff doesn't come for a while. But here we just make our way through the pyramid. And all of this is soft lockable because once you beat Harriet, the pyramid lifts up and you can't get it. Here's an interesting one that, you know, doesn't seem to be soft lockable, but this is the only way to get the Pillar Moon, so if you don't get it there, then it becomes soft lockable. Also, we death warp here just to get back up on top of the pyramid. And then this is actually our last soft lockable moon right here. You can in fact not get on top with the slingshot because Knuckle Tech is a boss that you cannot beat in min caps. It has captures in it, and the slingshot that takes you to the entrance or the top of the pyramid isn't there. And so you actually remain in Night Sand pretty much forever. But, you know, we don't really care about the long-lastingness of this file. We're speedrunners. We leave things in ruin and take the moons for ourselves. But, yeah, one interesting thing I did there, I kind of glossed over it. I did I guess a Cappy clip through the wall. Nothing super important, but basically all I did was I jumped and I capped through, and Cappy's just able to clip through that specific wall, and I was able to get some coins using 2-player. Or purple coins using 2-player. And that just saves a bit of time than getting it outside of the fight. But this transitions us into Night Sand, which is actually where we end the Sand 1. Now we just globe and head on to Lake Kingdom. Yeah, we actually go to Lake Kingdom first because if you know like normal min caps, normal 3 caps, then you'll know we go to a wooded so that we can eventually come back to Lake. But since this is darker side, it has a lot of different routing. They're saying Kingdom done. Golden. It has a lot of different routing, so we go to Lake first. So entering Lake, I personally did not make the route for this, but here we have to do another surface clip. This one usually isn't too hard, but I've had trouble with surface clips today. Surface clips. We get all of these purples out of bounds, and I didn't make this route, but we have to get all of this. The whole reason we're going out of bounds is for a moon coming up. Not this one. This one you can get normally, but it does just help to get right here. Actually, I don't believe this is in the route, but I'm gonna get this checkpoint from out of bounds. There we go. And then we have to kind of get half bounds. Oh my goodness. I am Robert Downey Jr. And then, so that is actually a lot harder than I made it look just then. But, yeah. So we can grab this zipper moon without actually capturing the zipper. And now we have to do late clip. There we go. That is, if you miss that, it's pretty bad. But, yeah. So that's something done in any percent. It's basically just another corner clip with a setup. Yeah, that jump out of bounds is really hard. But now we come up here and grab the secret moon. Since we can't get it by the painting, we either have to do that or a jump with Rango later. But late clip is, of course, faster. Here we just beat Rango. Easy peasy with a lemon, you know. Could have got some coins there, but I messed up the spin throw. Alright, and beating Rango, of course, unlocks all of the moons in Lake. But that is actually all the moons we need in Lake Kingdom. So we should be pretty good. Next, we have to do a pretty interesting routing choice. But it pretty much all comes down to the morning Metro CRC we are left to do. But first we are actually going to leave. So this probably doesn't seem too weird just yet, but in just a few seconds you'll see the interesting routing choice, and I'll explain it. So, of course we have enough moons to leave Lake, so we're just going to move on to Wooded pretty easily. Nope, I lied. We're actually going to come back to Lake and go into Assist mode for later. Assist mode is allowed in this run. It's almost required for a lot of things, but I believe it's one of the only categories on Speedrun.com to allow Assist mode. But we turn it on, you'll see later, actually for Morning Metro. But now we can leave Lake Kingdom. We leave through this painting to bring us back to Sand. It's a weird choice, but since we didn't do the CRC yet, we have to come back to Sand at some point to do the CRC via the Metro painting here. So we come up to the seed. The seeds are some of the slowest things in this run, I swear. But we need them. And you can see some of the nice routing with this route, because we can combine these moons. Now I guess do a clap fire. Gets you a lot of speed. These seeds we won't need any sort of like daylight savings, because just through the duration of the run they're gonna grow. But here we get to do slots. You know, 2-player isn't needed for this, but it's the easiest way I've found to do slots. And I think that's pretty cool. Also, you'll notice that I'm not like capto farming or jump farming a whole bunch. Well, we can skip about like probably about 5 or 6 moons because of a trick we do later. And 2 or like 3 of the moons we decided to skip is the bigger coin Toadette achievement and the cap throws and jumps Toadette achievement. So I don't have to worry about that, which is very nice. Here we just come over to the Oasis. We do it now because, you know, we have to do it at some point, and coming here with Jaxi is just a bit faster. But you'll see, just as we're done here, we warp away, probably to here. I didn't have the route open. Alright, so now we have to lure the Bullet Bill once again. Break these cactuses to give the Bullet Bill a nice path through. But while it's breaking that cage, I'm going to break that box, hopefully. There we go. I got to be careful of this Bullet Bill when I bring Cappy back. There we go. And get this moon down here. You know, one thing I forgot to add into the route is a thing called Pablo Clip. With that moon, you can actually clip out of bounds. I probably should have done that, but it didn't come into mind. Basically, you just use it to get out of bounds, where I did platform clip earlier. Here, I'm going to do a optional spin throw clip. You know, and honestly probably doesn't even save time. But I think it's pretty cool. It definitely looks cool. So we're going to come here to Ice Cave, where we get a few coins, as well as the moon in here. Get that one. We wall jump up here to this moon. This sub area is an interesting one because it only has 1 moon, while a lot of sub areas have 2. But that's not important. Here is actually how we get the Jaxi ruins, even though we already paid for Jaxi. Hit that chest with Cappy and get a few purple. No, I hit Jaxi. So, this sub area has 2 moons in it, as a lot of do. This sub area is no different in minimum captures, but, you know, it's just moons. You know, of course we want to do it fast, but we also do need the purples in here. I believe there's like 10 purples in here, so those are gonna help. No! I'm washed. That's a crazy one. So great question. Even though this is a minimum captures run, and it may look like I am capturing Jaxi right now, Jaxi is not actually a capture. The game has a built-in capture list, and even you can see there that Mario and Jaxi were separate beings, and when you capture something, you become that thing. So Jaxi is not a capture, along with a lot of other things in this run. You know, the globe on the Odyssey isn't a capture, checkpoints aren't a capture. Probably a few other things I'm forgetting. But now we get to leave Sand Kingdom and head on to Morning Metro. Here we get to do the infamous CRC. Should be fun. Hopefully I don't mess it up. Alright, so here, there's not a lot of, well, of course there is a lot of explaining to do for CRCs, but I do not have that knowledge on hand. Essentially, what CRCs do is convert Cappy's vertical distance, you know, him going down there. Currently, I'm mashing ground pound with Cappy to get him down there. And what's that gonna do? It's getting distracted by chat. It's gonna convert his vertical distance to horizontal distance, allowing us to eventually hit the checkpoint. So here we're going to ground pound for about a minute, a little bit more. And yeah. CRCs are a thrilling thing, as you can see. And we'll do a few of these throughout the run. Here I'm shaking to get Cappy to teleport over there. I'm going to jump on top of this box to reline up the CRC. Hopefully I have motion aiming off. I do not. Oh my goodness. So this setting right here is called use motion aiming. And what that does is basically doesn't move the camera once you... Alright, there we go. Cool. It doesn't move the camera once you get out of first person, which you saw happen there. So I did have to change it, but that actually didn't do much. So once we enter here, we plant these 2 seeds and, well, or that 1 seed, and then do jump rope. Jump rope, it's usually pretty hard, but you know, after playing the game for a while, you can get pretty good at it. We're doing it with this little seed. You know, one of the more unfortunate moons that we have to get as a result of the min captures aspect. But on the bright side, since in Seaside Kingdom we can't do peace or get much, we actually don't have to do volleyball. So not having to do volleyball is quite nice because I swear, no matter who you are, you're never going to get good at volleyball. It is the worst thing on this planet. Case closed. But, you know, if you're ever having trouble with jump rope, if you just jump when the women say hey, then you'll usually have a pretty good chance of making it. Of course, there's always the talk-to glitch as well as the letter glitch. But, I see no point in doing that, really. Since I can just do it myself. I need to plant all 3 of these seeds, so I'm just going to leave that one over there. And kind of juggle them, you know. There's these purples behind here. Another help of 2-player. There we are. So you can see it lines up quite well, just leaving the seed there. And then juggling the seed while we... Nope, get some other moons. Talk to the man. This guy's very lonely. So we've planted 2 out of the 3 seeds so far. And we are coming up on the 3rd. This trick is known as being toaded, for those who know. That's pretty cool. I actually really like that trick. It's possible in 1-player. As you can see, I use 2-player. But in 2-player, it becomes quite a bit easier. I love gambling. You know, as you can see, it always pays off. I believe I gambled 3 times in this run, and not to jinx myself, but not once, hopefully, will I ever mess it up, so. Gambling is always good. I'm not responsible. Let's go to Pauline over here. So, Pauline allows... Once we talk to Pauline, she will unlock all of these 3 musicians. So here comes a trick, probably the first, like, real Mincap's darker side trick. We have to do a trick called Suckage. Basically, because we swapped into assist mode earlier, this is what that was for. We use it here. That little bounce I did technically didn't put me on the ground. So my safe spot is still inside of City Hall. So you'll see here that now I'm inside City Hall. And what we have to do here is use this pole to, oh, thought that was it, to teleport me to the top of City Hall to get dizzying heights. And again, that's only one moon. There's a lot of things in this run that we have to either spend a whole bunch of time on or is really hard that we have to do for just one moon. It goes to show that, you know, at one point in time, this, you know, the max moons of this was 500. And, you know, getting to Darker was a huge thing. And you had to get every moon possible. So it shows how long we've come. That we can actually skip a handful of moons. But this is essentially RNG. I'm alright. That's pretty good. That is a very good time. I'm happy with that. Yeah, we land up here, and, you know, that can take forever. But we got it pretty fast. So that's dizzying heights. And only 2 teleports is pretty good. If you know much about this game, you'll know that there's a hint art normally below us that'll give us coins that we're normally very in need of, but because we're on 1.0, those don't actually exist. Here we enter City Hall from the top, because with recent route changes, where we would normally enter City Hall from the bottom to get the purple coins associated, we don't need a lot of purple coins in Metro. We only need 15, which is not a lot. Yeah, we're pretty much just gonna get every moon we can here. I don't actually believe we skip any. I believe we get every moon that's possible in Metro. And we do have to get them all, like, right here, right now. I do need that, please. There we go. We do have to get them all, because when we come back in Night Metro, then they will all be locked. We also need all the checkpoints here, because I believe we'll be getting exactly 80 checkpoints, or close to it. So, we'll definitely need it. So, here we roll to the notes room. I don't like this room. Just, you know, personal commentary. It's boring. But it is a moon we need. You know, like many long-form runs, a lot of it is almost filler of just getting moons. But that's fine, because honestly, the movement of 2-player to each and every single one of these moons, you know, from a new perspective, is, in my opinion, really cool. 2-player is quite the mode. I really like it. That's why I play it. You know, like, that movement's just something you're gonna get nowhere else. Yeah, we skipped the bullet bills right there. That was pretty cool. And we're gonna come up here and scale these buildings to get this Skirter Sandwich Moon. Don't bonk. There we go. Now, oh, hopefully I hit DSTA. I was not paying attention. That trick we did earlier at the very start of the run, we set the time for about 30 minutes, and if you'll notice, we're about 30 minutes in. That seed, it has not been 20 minutes since I planted that. That DSTA I set skipped the clock ahead by 1 hour, which grew the seed. So that saved me a little bit of time, rather than if I had to do it myself and do it manually. So that's pretty cool. It's a pretty big window from the time we blanking. From the time we plant them to the time we have to get the moon, it's a pretty big window. But, you know, if you mess up enough, then it can cause issues. Also, if you take, like, just a super long time on suckage, the seeds can just grow with that given time. But, you know, here I got it pretty fast. Here we use the scooter. We have to take the normal path to get it up here. So that's almost annoying. Here, after this scooter moon, we come up here because if you know the moons in Metro, along with these purples, we need this one here. I got these moons a little out of order, but I need that checkpoint as well. And then down to Captain Toad. Captain Toad! So after this, you know, if you've seen a normal min-cap run, this is movement used in it. This is honestly some of my favorite movement. I really like it. It just kind of flows nicely. And then miss. My camera shouldn't be like this because I'm going this way. There we go. Good recovery. But we have to get all the musicians, as well as that hint art. If we don't look at that, then that becomes impossible to get. Fun fact, you can crash your game on this moon if you grab it on like the very edge of the platform. That's all the musicians. So now we get to do another pretty min-cap's Darker Side exclusive. Of course, here first we get to do Scoot Clip. No dry. Oh my goodness. Come on. There we go. Alright, so that's Scoot Clip. Basically, by turning your controller sideways, you can clip the scooter into that cage to grab the moon. But also using the scooter, we can use it to clip into the ground here. For a reason, hopefully I can get this within a minute or two. Not leave you on a cliffhanger too long. Oh my. Everything is going so well today. This is a good omen for things later. Yeah, to get into this sub-area, the manhole. As, of course, it's covered by a capture. So... here we're doing a Cappy clip. Actually, it's more of a seam clip, but by throwing Cappy kind of into the seam, we can clip him in to grab these shards. You know, no captures in this sub area, but so I mean, 2-player helps. If you're really good with 2-player, you can completely separate Cappy and Mario to have Cappy grab all of the shards and then Mario grab the outside moon. It's insane and far beyond my capabilities. But there's some stuff in BTT for that. But that's good enough for me. Here we need another checkpoint. And then coming over here, this is a moon I forget a lot. But this building planter here. But after this, I believe we're going to get a total of like 34 moons in this kingdom. Almost forgot this checkpoint as well. But yeah, we need pretty much every checkpoint and moon we can get. Can't wait to be repeating myself 20 times to fill the silence. But this sub-area is pretty easy. I'm holding one button, moving side to side. Scooter, again, is not a capture. I'm not capturing it. I'm riding the scooter. It's not on the capture list either. That dino is a capture, if I were to capture it. But yeah, we can do a little shimmying while we wait. I'm in the dino, that's awesome. But yeah, we make it through the sub-area. We actually have all the purples we need. You know, if you notice, we passed by a lot of purples just kind of as we were going. And you know, we just don't need that many. So there's 6 in there. That's half of everything we need. So here I try and do something called reverse peoples, but Cappy chose to myth the lever. But I'm gonna try it anyway. We should be all good. That's a pretty hard trick, especially to do fast. But it does save a lot of time in this category, as well as min caps, because we exit through this pipe to take us back to the Odyssey. And, you know, of course there's no Odyssey here, because we haven't come here for real yet. Moon clip! That's a silly little moon clip. But, yeah, this painting here, so because earlier when we globed in Lake Kingdom, but didn't leave, we unlocked Wooded, but didn't go to it. So now the Odyssey is actually here, so we can warp to it. This skips, you know, the globe cutscene too here, so that it saves a little bit of time and it's practical. But yeah, we come from Metro to Wooded, and we get to do Wooded. We come over here doing some pretty normal any percent movement, grabbing these 2 moons. We don't want to grab the shop moon just yet, because we come shopping later. You know, I've skimmed over a lot of moon clips. Oh, I've skipped over a lot of moon clips in this run, but moon clips really help and are almost required for this run. Especially like this one right here. Because we use it to get out of bounds to grab another moon, which is otherwise capture locked. There are other ways to get it, but, you know, this is the fastest for the speedrun. That's just like any percent stuff, though, so, you know. We run up this ramp, for some reason off screen. I don't know why that happened. But, we come up here to get this moon. You know, all of this stuff being optimized. You know, Mincap's Darker Side is it's a very hard run, and it's a real privilege I have to have the ability to speed run it. But aside from that, we grab that checkpoint and have to enter the maze from the back. I don't think I need those purples. I hope I don't, because I do not have the route open. But yeah, we do the maze backwards, because if we entered it from the front, then it would have been blocked off. Can I get a moon clip? Nope. Alright, that's... Oh, I was supposed to get those purples. We'll replace them a little later. But if we don't get the moon clip to go outside, then we just warp out, which is why we grabbed this checkpoint. We need that guy, you know, for the moon, as well as the story progression he gives to eventually beat Spewer. You know, while the moon spawns, we can come and get this one. Trying to think what purples I can replace those 4 with. That's another thing with these sort of long runs. You know, if you're really good at it, you can just memorize the whole thing, never forget. But the Mincap's Dark Side route changes quite a bit, so all of it kind of intermingles. Here we get to do Flower Road Skip. Messed up the triple jump version, but with 2-player you can back it up pretty easily. And make it up to this Tower Moon. Use 2-player to get these purples. You know, of course this is all at a world record level. But, you know, if you're trying to do this run, of course there is the route doc in the description. But, you know, completing this run at all, we definitely need more runners for this category. But, you know, it's really hard, so it makes sense that it's not. But you'll notice we grabbed a life up. That was not unintentional. Here's a CDB tech that is a tech used to gain height to grab that moon without an uproot. But we grabbed that life up. That wasn't unintentional or anything, or accidental. But we'll use it for actually right after this story moon. Or multi-moon, I guess. But we don't need that many coins this run, but I have had cases where I've been behind on coins, so I like to grab them where I can. So that unlocks another state of wooded. Here, yeah, we roll straight on over to the rock wall. Unfortunate. I tried to not cancel the rocket flower, but it ran out a little early. Alright, we come up here and stand on this little sliver of wall that we can stand on for who knows why. But, we... This route is very confusing. It's been a while since I've done this. Do I come in here? Yeah, probably. So yeah, we come in here, and this sub-area is very dependent on captures. We can actually only get one of the moons in here. I looked up at the second one just then, that's up there in rocks, but we cannot get that at all because of the capture requirement. But the second moon in this area is only locked behind these cages, which you can bait the tanks it provides you to shoot. It's actually really scary bouncing around these sort of tanks because, you know, Cappy is a stray and can just capture them if he feels like it, so you gotta be a little careful in that aspect. Next we enter this sub-area. Actually, you're supposed to swap this P-switch in that moon, because now we have to wait here. So I kind of forgot to do that. That's okay. I'm going to try and do a pretty cool trick jump. That is usually really hard, but if I do it right with two-player, then I should be... Oh, well, okay. I don't think I'm going to be doing that, because I tried to make the jump. You can make this jump all the way over there. And in two-player, you can set up a triple jump pretty good, but I, unfortunately, messed it up. That's alright. I do like to play it safe, because, you know, in a 4 or 5 hour speedrun, you know, that little 2 seconds won't really matter. So, I'd rather not die. We jump over here to this pipe sort of sub-area. Sometimes I forget that this is actually a sub-area, but, you know, has a moon in it, so that's all we really care about. Next we enter this 2D section, which is actually going to pop us out in a pretty nice place. You know, just some internalized thoughts. We should probably find a way to use the rocket flowers to, Oh, okay. Wasn't able to get that cycle. We should probably find a way to get the rocket flowers in here, because there's a little glitch you can do with rocket flowers to make this a bit easier. And then we exit through this. Here we're able to get this checkpoint behind here. There's no way to get that little, like, story moon right there, but the checkpoint is present back here. So I am gonna get that. And then all the way down here. I'm not even sure if I was supposed to get that yet. Oh well. But next, here we get over the cliff's edge. Next to this exit, there's some purples. You know what? I'm gonna get these, because those 4 I missed out on earlier, I can replace them there. And now, the reason we got the life art is coming up. Ooh. So we have to do... Nope, supposed to get this. Alright, all out of whack. Alright, I'm not derusted on this, even though I do have world record, but that shouldn't matter in the long run. So now we have to do this rocket jump to get up to this painting, which takes us to Luncheon. Bang. Alright, so this is actually a scenario called Bruncheon. The reason we come here, I'll explain a bit later, but I would like to focus up on this jump I need to hit, because if I don't, then I will be very upset and we will lose quite a bit of time. I'm in assist mode! Oh my... Silly, oh my goodness. Ignore that. So that's another thing of this run. There's a lot of little parts you need to be aware of, and that is one of them. But now, since we weren't officially in Luncheon, we have to come back and do this. You know, that probably lost a bit less than a minute and all, but it should be fine. You know, a minute in a 4-hour category. This category is not close to optimized or anything. So, you know, that little mistake just, you know, I like to think of it as time saved for the next run. In a live showcase as this, you know, not everything's gonna go perfectly. No, please, please. No! No, that doesn't work. Because, okay, well now I need to swap back and forth. But that doesn't work, because even though I made it over there, I need the health from the life apart to actually make it to the land. Unfortunate. I've just been asked if this is for a just anything at all. No, this is, you know, not for anything. I just felt like doing this and give a bit more insight to this amazing run. So yeah, we're losing about 2 minutes, but, you know, if we actually, the very next thing we do can take anywhere from 5 to like 30 minutes. So it's actually a pretty bad reset point. But, we'll try our best. I'm doing this lineup. It's not too precise, but I like to, you know, anything I can get to make this jump just a bit easier. There we go. Alright, that'll do. So now we have a whole bunch of health to get over here. So, you know, not everything's sunshine and rainbows. You know, even though you have world record, you still mess up. This run's still super hard, even for someone like me. But, yep. So now we just make our way over to this cheese room over here. It is blocked by cheese on the other side, which you usually have to break with a pan bro, but, you know, we make light work of that. This is a little trick that was recently found. Instead of doing a Cappy clip like all the others, if you just get Cappy, like, perfectly on top of where that shard would be, you can grab it. But, oh, I'm at 1 health. I'm at 1 health. This is not fun. Stop it. Stop it. Ah! These guys are very scary. Okay, there we go. But now we can get all of these shards. I'm doing a Cappy clip. This is a sort of rendition of a CRC. You can clip Cappy through about any wall. And like that, get these shards inside of the cheese. I'm not in assist mode anymore. Assist mode is a very nice lifeline I like to depend on in this run because of the health it gives us, as well as the, you know, infinite health you get from standing still. But now I get to do a damage clip, very similar to a moon clip. Alright, there we go. And then here hopefully I did another moon clip to get out of here, because if not, then there we go. Okay, that saves a good amount of time. If not, then I'd be stuck in there. I would have to warp out. Alright, so here, I grab this turnip, and I'm going to take this over. That went pretty well, I'd argue. But this is some normal, like, almost any percent type movement. I do need this moon. There we go. So while we wait for those to spawn, we come up here to grab this. And, yeah, I believe now we get to do the hardest trick in this entire run. If you know min caps much, then you'll know of a trick called meat skip. It is definitely one of the hardest, and, you know, right now, we gotta do it. But, first, we have to get a life up. I'm actually gonna get the moon first. Alright, so I have to grab this. Yep. Good question in chat. Meat skip is not possible in one player, unfortunately. This is a two-player only trick. Okay, I don't like doing slots life up. But we do need this life up for a reason you'll see when I hit it, if I hit it. You know, of course this is very hard. You know, even as good as I am, sorry for the self-glaze, but it is still incredibly hard for me. And there's no guarantee that I even get it right now. You know, usually you want about a first or second try on this. Even though there is a setup for it, it's still quite hard. Especially this next thing I'm about to do called turnip climbing. Basically, especially unpracticed, you do that. You grab the turnip as well as bouncing off of it to scale this mountain. I can make that. That wasn't scary. You know, this does take a bit of focus, but, you know, it's a pretty repetitive process. Nothing really changes. So, there we go. Alright, so now we're at this sort of, like, halfway point, and at this halfway point, you know, it's kind of like a little reset. But, you know, we have to keep going. This is a speed run. Alright, now I have to get these turnips down. But, you can see that, you know, this turnip climbing, it may look a little easy, even if it doesn't. But even if it does look easy, it's not. It's not frame perfect, but you have to do quite a few of them. And if you mess up even one, and you have to go all the way back down, you lose minutes. It's not fun if you mess these up. But we have to get to the top of the pot. Or the bottom of the pot, I should say. This always gets my heart racing. We'll go one more. Can I make that? No! What just happened? Oh my goodness. Alright, we're gonna take that. Alright, so we're gonna lose time here because I just want to get it and I don't really want to take any risks. We're up here. Yeah. Hold up. So there is another, like, a version of this meat skip. It is, unfortunately requires a capture. So discovered years before this meat skip was a Goomba meat skip. If you have Goombas, you can scale this mountain like that and then do meat skip that way. But that is a capturable offense. I actually wish I had the gold turnip right here, but I have the white turnip. What I'm doing right here is I'm just, like, bouncing on the turnip. I'm not doing anything because every time I bounce on the turnip, it rises just a little bit. and I have to get a bit closer to the mountain because hopefully we're going to end up clipping through. I haven't done this setup in quite a while, so I'm actually kind of like scared. I didn't practice this or anything. So, you know, whether you're watching this live, watching this in the past tense of YouTube, you know, give me your luck. Alright. Hopefully that, and then... Alright. Unfortunate. But, what you saw there was... I did clip through the pot. That is a thing that happened, but the setup I attempted to do was to get me past that clip state. After that, on a successful attempt, the lava inside of the pot will have bounced you up. But there, I unfortunately just clipped through. It's not as fast as I hope to be, and we will be losing time here to world record. Nope, stop that. But if I can get this second try, then I'll be happy for a showcase. I do need this heart because every health that we have, we do need. So I couldn't do this on 5 health, couldn't do it on 4. You cannot be in assist mode for this because the lava in the pot would assist bubble you. Oh, okay. Well, slid down the pot. You know, that the first turnip climb went a little too well, so now this makes sense. I'm gonna grab this moon just to refill my health. Change my comparison just to feel a little better about myself. But yeah, if we're fast enough, we can just bounce back onto the turnips before they despawn. Before this, we are able, well, yeah, before this, or even right now, we are able to use our cat bounce. But once we reach the halfway point, we do need our cat bounce to clip at the top of the pot. This trick meat skip, I believe, gives 11 more moons. It might be like 9 or 12, but something along that range. But, you know, compared to a run that doesn't do this, which is possible, you know, 9 to 10 moons is quite a lot of moons. So, this trick is why we're able to skip cap throw farming, or the cap throw toadette moon, the jump toadette moon, the really big coin toadette moon. So this trick, it's definitely not required, but it saves hours, honestly. Alright, we're just gonna do this again. And wait here. This is honestly not the most ideal turnip spot. I don't really know if you're supposed to have it like more to the left or more to the right. All I know is that there's a setup. But yeah, here I could do a single turnip bounce, which instead of using 2 turnips to scale, you can do it with just 1. But you know, that's pretty hard. If you mess it up, I'm going all the way back down there, and that's just not a fun time. So I'm just gonna take this, you know, a minute or 2 of time loss just to bounce up the pot. If you notice last time what I did is I clipped the camera through the pot to look at, if you look on the left of the screen, you'll see that vegetable. That vegetable is what I use for a visual cue. Alright, I'm gonna go for it now and hope. So, I hope that's good. Okay. Okay, so I just got it. We're good. That is meat skip done. The hardest trick in the run, second try, not awful at all. We take those. We lost 5 minutes, but in the grand scheme of things, whatever. Okay, so... the whole reason we did that in Bruncheon and not the later Luncheon is, number one, because, you know, the hard things in a run, you want to get them done as soon as you can. Because I'd rather, you know, do meet skip 30 minutes into the run and fail and have to reset and do it again, rather than, you know, in 3 hours when I'm right at the end, it's the last thing I have to do. If I don't get it for 30 minutes to an hour, then it'll be a lot more devastating of a reset. But it also does save time, because in Bruncheon, the multi-moon that I grabbed is always there. But in normal Luncheon, it doesn't spawn until after you were to grab the cage moon. But the thing about the cage moon is it's really hard to get without meat skip. So, you know, not bad. Alright, moving on from that, trying to keep my heart rate down, all that. Moving on to Cloud Kingdom, it's exactly the same as any other category. I did that little cloud boost, just a speedrun trick from 2-player. Just confirming, I will not be doing the 10,000, and I will not be doing the 10,000 jumps or the 10,000 coin Toadette moons. Because even though I didn't do anything with meat skip just then, we'll do it when we come back later in Luncheon 2. So this is just normal cloud fast strats. And, you know, honestly, even though that meat skip was second try, I'd argue that the time loss that came from it was more from the events before, you know, missing the Bruncheon jump, not going out of assist mode. I'd argue the time loss came more from that, because the second try is not bad at all. Alright, so Lost Kingdom is pretty simple. Coming up here, we will do a trick called Meme Tree. Grabbing these two purples, specifically. There are a bunch of wigglers nearby, but we need to do our best not to capture them. Again, this is all a bunch of just kind of almost normal movement. But coming over here, this is a little different from a lot of other runs, but that wiggler definitely scares me. We want to break this cage and get this moon. We want just about every moon in Lost. So we'll be getting it here. No, we won't, because there are some post-game stuff. I think we get 10 or 11 moons right now. I'm gonna go for a Poison Warp right here. So since I'm in assist mode, I can't just die to get back up. But what you can do is warp right as you hit the poison. But if you do it too late like I did there, then it doesn't work. And we're coming up on our last few moons here. You know, normally you come over here with Glide on, but this is actually quite the easy jump. It does look a little scary, though. No! I went a little slow, but luckily Cappy missed the slingshot. But once we're back over here, all we want is these purples as well as this key moon. This is possible without assist mode and without captures, but, you know, we're already in assist mode. We might as well take the easy and probably faster way out. And that's Lost Kingdom. Not too bad. Lost is a really fun kingdom. Yes, I did choose Lake first. Moving on to Night Metro. as you saw, we collected everything there was left to get. Well, not everything, but everything that was soft lockable, because we will be collecting a few things coming up. So here we do Metro Impossible. You know, we could just leave Night Metro, but there are a few things left for us to do. Number one, there are a few Night Metro only checkpoints. I actually believe that's the only one. Well, there's another one. But we come here and enter shop, buying not that, not leaving the shop, buying these two souvenirs. That is true. It's just been brought to my attention that I have missed a checkpoint in Luncheon Kingdom that got soft locked by Meat Skip. So we are going to have to replace that later. I'm not entirely sure how many checkpoints are gotten in this run, but I did get one earlier. I got the Torque Drift Fight checkpoint, but I did not get Observation Deck. So I might either have to get Observation Deck or... No, that's it. The only thing I'd have to get is Observation Deck. Because I'm pretty sure I should be good on checkpoints otherwise, right? I have one of the experts in this. Alright, for reference, we are a little less than 4 minutes behind world record, but time save does come later. And even if we don't get world record, I'm more than happy. Excuse me. You know what? I'm gonna try this clip just to make it a bit unique. But this clip coming up, I've never been very good at, but is usually faster. If you can get it. I've never really done it because there is an alternative that is much easier to me. But getting into that Scarecrow room does grant us 2 moons. And, you know, I'd argue that the attempts I'm doing right now already become in vain because of the other strat that I could do. But we're already too deep invested. I've done it before, but I usually opt not to. Please let me in the wall, sir. Sunk cost fallacy. We're cutting our losses. We're gonna come do the consistent thing. So, coming up here, this is my preferred clipping out spot. Along this snow wall, you can do that. Usually you just do it once to reach this sub-area coming up. But I like to use it to reach the other one as well, so... Alright, sorry about that. We come through this sub-area, grabbing this moon. You know, it was pretty simple, nothing special. There's no, like, captures or anything in this sub-area, so... I did a Rocket Flower refresh there to help me get up here. Oh, I went for a moon rocket flower refresh there, but doesn't really help in this scenario. But want those purples, as well as I'm gonna come back over here and do this clip again to make it to the Scarecrow sub area. You can see that that one's a lot easier, at least to me, and this Scarecrow one is just absolutely not consistent. But you can see the issue with this one. You do have to swim quite a bit, so in a speedrunner's eyes, you'd want to do the Scarecrow. So we just swim through this entire thing. We don't have Cappy here, which is, you know, a blessing, technically, because we don't want to capture anything anyway. And we just make our way through this. I'm going to go for a little trick that speedrunners use. Well, actually no one really uses this, but it's something I like to try and show off with. So, whoop. Nope. Unfortunate. Let me in. Unfortunate. Basically, what I was trying to do was, if you jump into that pole a certain way, you can clip through it, being a little faster than just coming out the way I just did. Now I need Captain Toad as well as these purples. It's unfortunate the routing I do, because of the route really expects you to do the scarecrow clip, so I kind of have to invent my own sort of pacing for this outside. But we're here having 5 moons, 7 purples, and we're all good. And then we just enter Shiveria like normal. That's everything outside of Shiveria that we can get. So here we'll come up to this entrance to Shiveria Moon. Pretty simple. Get those purples as well as this hint art. Bonk on the boxes, which I didn't even know was possible. Leap over the umbrella. And then grab the chest. Next we come over to a pretty pivotal moon in a lot of categories, but in this one, luckily, it's not. If you moonclip, like I just did there, you can get to a lot of different places out of bounds, but we actually don't have to get anywhere because we're doing min caps. Get those purples, and then come down here. Here we actually have to beat Rango. You know, kind of a dreaded thing in a lot of categories. But here we do need to. Oh, hit my head. How many purples will I get total in the run? That I am unsure of. I can tell you by kingdom as I get there, but as for total purples, I have no clue. We in Snow Kingdom, we get 20 purples to grab the outfit for the outfit room and 1 souvenir. So yep, we're going to be getting all of the story moons. All of the moons in Snow Kingdom. I don't believe, aside from those roll cancel clips I did at the start, those, I believe, are the only cool sort of capture skips we do. Well, I wouldn't call this one cool, because it's more annoying than anything, but we unfortunately cannot capture this upcoming Taifu. So we do have to, we still need this moon, so, you know, I just prop up here and pick up the other controller and, you know, get these guys off the face of the earth manually. Is how I imagine driving a manual car is like. And the Blowy Joey back there, it's an automatic, you know. But you know, for some reason, this is one of my least looking forward to parts of a run. It's just so boring. It doesn't take that long, but. Coming up on another story moon. Missed the pipe. There we go. Next we come up into the shards. I really like this shard sub-area, honestly. It's very cool. Well, if you hit the shard you're trying to hit. Grab those purples, and pretty much use Cappy to hit all of these. There we go. And see that chest moon up there? That is the next moon we will be getting. As well as these purples. And do that jump up there, which I quite like. And then we come over down here to the story moon. You know, nothing too capture-y in here, but pretty good. Next, we are going to be entering shop for some reason. Got a little confused there. Going to be buying, since we have enough purples, we want to buy the snow outfit as well as one souvenir. The snow outfit's going to be used for an outfit room, and the souvenirs are going to be used to increase the Toadette counter. Since Snow Kingdom doesn't really have any benefit to coming back a second time, we do everything we need to in Snow 1. This moon right here is the shop moon is something I forget to buy quite a bit. But once we exit, I believe we enter, yep, right now we enter the outfit room. I believe you can also get in here with the boxers. No, I'm definitely wrong. That's a completely separate thing. This is the only outfit you can get in here with. We get to do that pretty cool jump around here. There's some invisible blocks there that... Let's get to this moon. And then we run through it grabbing all the shards. Jump farm. This is one of the spots you could normally jump farm. I'm actually not even sure if this is optimal sub-area routing, but oh well. That is all of the shards. That spawns us another moon. But if you were to be jump farming in this area, that is where you do it. And now we get the second moon here. We exit very cleanly and enter the Goomba room. This is the last moon of the last room of the kingdom. In which we get our captors eaten very nicely. That's a pretty common thing with 2-player. In 2-player, you cannot actually buffer almost anything, mainly cap throws though. But without being able to buffer, like that rainbow spin I did there, I wasn't able to buffer out of it. So I pressed cap throw just a little too early. So it just didn't register it at all and I fell. So that's something you do have to be careful about when playing 2-player. And here we have to do a trick known as ICC, Ice Corner Clip. There is a moon behind that wall over there. Usually you get it with a stack of Goombas, but since we cannot capture Goombas, this is the only way to get it. There is a setup for this clip, but I have always found it easier to just do that. Yeah. Should be pretty good. You know, just jump through that corner, grab the moon, and we actually do get stuck behind there which is the reason why we end on there to warp out. And here we do Snowdram. Snowdram's pretty pivotal. And there we go. Done with snow. So we never need to come back here again, so even though, you know, there's a painting there, there's a painting on the other side of the kingdom, we never have to come back here. Moving on to Seaside. Seaside, ooh, probably one of my least favorite kingdoms in this run, just because of all the water that we have to traverse through, as well as the memories of the very hard moon in this kingdom that, thank God, we do not have to get. So we start off, of course, in the entirely wrong attire for the climate, but we come up here to this overlooking moon, and need these purples. This is pretty similar to the any % route so far, bar some purples. But, yep, we exit the rumble room. Come over here doing some pretty cool 2P movement. You know, even though it's not min caps, I've always loved 2-player. Now we actually kind of divert to, you know, I'm gonna do this clip just for you. Alright, so you could just go under there and be a little boring, but I'm gonna do this clip. Because, you know, technically if you do it fast, it is fast. But I'd argue that, you know, that wasn't exactly fast enough to save time. But, you know, memorizing the order for these chests, just kind of knowing it. And then now we get our first story moon of the kingdom. But, you know, on land is faster than in water, so we try and remain out of the water as much as we can, but, you know, there are a lot of aspects that just can't be avoided. That jump is made quite a bit easier with 2-player, but it is possible in 1-player. That was our first story moon. Also, even though we are grabbing the moons, it is strictly for the moons themselves. We do not need the buttons associated with it, as all that'll do is cause havoc that we don't need, as well as eventually spawn Mollusk Lancer, Brigadier Dauphin of Bablaine, and his mighty Straw, which we don't really need because we can't defeat him if we wanted to. Here we get some purples. Also, we need 20 purples in total for Seaside. We get them all right now. I don't believe we spend them in this visit, but here in this underwater sort of highway moon, is what it's called. We grab this moon. Usually, you know, you get with the fish, but unfortunately it's very slow to swim through it with Mario, but we gotta do what we gotta do. Next we swim up to this opening to get, well, to pretty much get to the top of the lighthouse, but there is a moon in here that is quite nice. Just swimming through here. Careful not to capture or capture a fish. And that's the one moon we get. You know, preferably we'd already have the checkpoint up top and not need to swim all throughout this entire thing, but that is a strat not yet to be implemented. So we just swim through here. Thankfully there are some purples in here to make it a bit worth our while. But I'd argue that 20 purples is, you know, you could play the game and not even worry about purples and you'd get 20. But as we just swim through here, we get to the end, which will take us to the top of the lighthouse. Okay, missed the checkpoint. Gonna need that. But here is the second story moon of the run. Luckily, I shouldn't lose much time from not getting that checkpoint, as two-player being able to separate Cappy and Mario does help quite a bit. If I miss that, that would be detrimental, though. Next is this sub-area, wriggling on the sandy bottom. Or I guess that's what the moon inside is called, but I don't like this moon. It's way too hard to hit that guy, especially when you want to do it fast. Next we exit, and you know, I feel like I won't do this too much, but we get to do movement strictly for a checkpoint. Get one purple in accident. We need this checkpoint right here. There we go. And then we want to enter... You know, I'm gonna get a rocket flower. I don't think I've ever done that before. Ooh, those binoculars were dangerously close. And enter this pipe. Don't want to go over there. We're gonna go over there because I feel like it. No, we're not. Never really understood the routing for this because, you know, normally when you come in... Oh yeah, that's another thing two-player can do. If you're in two-player in a 2D section, you can do a little hover. So normally where you can't, you know, get here without the invisible blocks just there, you can use two-player to get there. Also, that was a really cool chain of movement. You know, I just was able to jump up there with two-player. But after that, we leave. Exiting, we need to come over here to the palace. We actually need another life up for something later, so I'm gonna get that. And, you know, very conveniently in that chest. Alright, so from that we have all the purples we need. So after this, we want to go all the way down to Sphinx. Wow. So it seems like we're going to be saving a lot of Seaside for Seaside 2. We want to talk to this Sphinx, as the whole reason is that there's a seed right there, so we want to, number one, get the 2 moons that the Sphinx gives us, but on our way back, we plant that seed. You know, even though we don't speak the language, we don't need to, because numbers are universal. And that gets us a moon, as well as the moon inside of the Sphinx Cave. Next apparently there's a ceiling there, did not know that. We need this seed right here. You know, I'd argue that even in non-min captures, this is a pretty rough seed to get back. But we can use some rocket flowers to help. Yep, and because of 2-player, we don't have to, like, throw Cappy or even throw the seed to grab the rocket flowers. You know, running on top of the water. Cool. What an amazing mechanic. Where is the seed going? Come on. Alright. So now that that's planted, that is all we need to do. And all of these seeds, we might do one more DSTA in the run to instantly grow a seed. Yes, we will. But for most of the seeds, the run is just long enough to where we just need to plant it and come back later. Alright, now we finally get to move back onto Luncheon for the second time. Luncheon actually one of my favorite kingdoms. It is so cool. It has some of the coolest looking things that I could probably do first try, you know? Make myself look just a little cooler. So funny thing that I believe it does is, since there was no Odyssey here before, that's actually the cutscene that plays after you grab the story moon at the top of the pot. So it plays right there when you enter. Down there, that scarecrow is not a capture either. You know, even though Cappy goes on it, we don't transform into it, and it is also not a... It's not on the capture list. Alright, and we are all done for purples. I'll try and commentate what moons got unlocked from Meat Skip. I'm gonna have to wait for this guy for a whole another cycle. But, let me get the Spiny out of here. But, this is one of the moons unlocked from Meat Skip. You know, usually it would take a capture, but, you know, pretty easy setup to get him to hit the flames. Coming over here to Lurking in the Pillar Shadow. No clue why it's called that. Nope. Alright, and this is another moon unlocked by Meat Skip. The story moon you can see back there, where the spewer would normally be. It's not unlocked, but you know, we don't have to fight spewer, we can just grab it. So that definitely saves some time. And for some reason Mario's facing to the side. You know, just a bunch of weirdness from, you know, sequence breaking, grabbing the multi-moon before the story moons in the kingdom. So you can expect some weirdness. Here we get to do, you know, one of the coolest sub-areas, probably in the game, but like at least in like any percent or something. That is, you know, shards. Separating Mario and Cappy to grab everything. I think I did that pretty well just then, so... Very cool. Now I get to do this very fun movement that I oh so dearly love, as you can see. But coming up here, we actually want that checkpoint, so I'm gonna get it with Cappy, just like that. Two-player is amazing. I already got slots earlier, so I don't need that anymore. I already got everything the route told me to get. I got the box moon and the slots moon. So I want this shopping moon as well as 2 souvenirs. The outfit room in this kingdom is capture locked, so we would not be able to do it without capturing. So we just want 2 souvenirs. And that's it. Next, we want to look at this Seaside hint art. This is another moon unlocked, technically by Meat Skip. Not even technically, just fully. And this moon is not technically unlocked by Meat Skip, but it is broken from the cage and made a lot easier than if you had to do it before. In this like rock in front of me, normally would be a checkpoint, but we could have gotten it earlier, but I opted not to, as it's not really worth it for this run. You know, it probably would have been, considering I forgot a checkpoint, but... Alright, after that veggie room, we want to come up here, leading into one of the coolest tricks in the run. Get that checkpoint for... Since we're coming down here, we want to wait to get back up. But this jump isn't too bad. But after spinning athletics comes something really cool. Spinning athletics you know, something I definitely struggled on, you know, I'm struggling on just a little bit right now, is something I definitely struggled on earlier in my career. You know, it's really hard to want to go fast in here, but also not die. So it definitely sucks, this sub-area. But, you know, you just kind of jump, dive, and die. Even in my old age, do I still die in this sub-area? So we're gonna play it super duper safe. Come on. There we go. But yeah, that sub-area is, I do not like it. But coming up right now is probably one of the coolest moves in the entire run. We call it Luncheon note. Basically, it is that little note right there. Usually gotten with a lava bubble. We have to get it without it. By using Cappy and Mario to grab all of the notes. Just like that. So, you know, I actually messed up quite a bit there, but seems that it's not too bad. No, that is definitely bad. That moon can definitely screw a lot of people up. I'm pretty sure it took me many hours my first time doing it. But, you know, you get better at it as time goes on. But definitely one of the coolest moons. Next we get that Cracks moon and enter here. Can we do it damageless? Ah, so close. You know, that area is... I can't imagine doing a damageless run through there. Or there. Alright, so now we get to actually go to Mushroom. We can finish off star percent. This gets us a checkpoint as well as another moon. Just like that. Unfortunately, from here, we are not able to get to Luncheon, which if we could help in min caps. I believe I'm going up here. This is another quite cool trick. Something I opt not to do is called Light the Lantern on the Small Island. It's basically just a trick where you use a piranha to shoot a fireball to light a lantern on the small island. I find that to be a little too hard and inconsistent. It can take a while, so I opt not to do it for this run. But another moon I do opt to do is coming up. Alright, so I'm going to switch to one player here. I did this a few times earlier, mainly for the CRC. You know, I completely forgot the setup for this. Is it 5? I believe it's 5. You do 5 shuffles to the right and line up with this corner to hopefully make it out of bounds. Like that, and then this turnip is what we're aiming for. No, I'm just gonna take the death. But right there, what I'm trying to do is grab the turnip from out of bounds. But, you know, it can be pretty hard. You know, some people consider this to be the harder of the two. Light the lantern, and this is actually turnip 3, the third turnip. I actually helped discover it. There's some min-caps trivia. Come on. Ah, unfortunate. Yeah, normally it doesn't take this long. For me, I honestly probably get it first or second try most times. So, it is unfortunate for it to be taking this long. This clip is not easy either. Like, of course, from doing it a whole bunch, I got better at it, but oh my goodness. It's quite hard. And if I could grab this turnip, I'd be a lot happier. Because right now, that light the lantern on the small island is looking pretty good. That might not. Yeah. Alright. Hit the turnip. Grab. Grab. Okay. So I did just grab it. I did it quite fast, so you may not have seen it, but if you heard, and it is right there. I'm gonna grab this heart just for a little bit of safety while I make it across. So this is probably a lot slower than the Light the Lantern Moon. I don't like that. Oh, you see, if I jumped over the gap, it would have blocked me. There we go. Light the Lantern is probably faster than this, or if you could do both, it'd probably be, you know, even faster. But what am I? Oh wait, I'm supposed to go all the way back around over here. Probably why Light the Lantern is a pretty good moon, because you don't have to go all the way back to town. But it is up to personal preference, really. But now we need to get this moon. Jump over to Captain Toad with this pretty cool 2P jump. Toad is another moon that is made available by Meat Skip, as well as Light the Lantern, which I didn't get. Also, it seems top of the peak climb is in the route, so, you know, gonna need another backup checkpoint for what I messed up earlier. You know, this is a very awkward thing to climb. Like, it's not something you do super often. Alright, there we go. Okay, so now we need to light these two lanterns. And speed up the fireballs and even change their direction by doing that, so that's pretty cool. What an interesting route. It must have been changed from the last time I did it, but now we're supposed to warp here, and this... No, we can't get the story moon, but the in here moon is the last one we get. But since we can't capture the lava bubbles in here, we do have to sort of scale these rollies. Roly-poly artichoke, you know? And hopefully, after getting this moon, we can hit a lava warp, yay! So that's very similar to what I was trying to do in Lost earlier, where you warp as you're touching like a dangerous surface. But yeah, that went pretty well. Aside from Turnip 3, you know, we're doing pretty good. I only lost less than a minute from world record. Or, yeah, world record. Whew. We're a bit behind when I check my splits, but that's alright. I actually do remember this world record losing quite a bit of time later. But next up is Ruined, the nothing burger of this speedrun. Even though actually, you know, it does contain the second capture of this run. Since we come back to Ruined later anyway, we opt not to grab the chest moon right there. But there is our second capture. Now, as long as we don't die in the dragon fight, we should be all good. But yeah, it's sort of an auto-scroller. Doesn't have any captures in it, thankfully. But if we do die here, then I believe that completely invalidates this run. So I'll be sure to do that for you. Don't pull a fearsome fire, as the kids say. I guess while this fight's going on, a little bit about me. I'm Gorgonum. I do 2-player speedruns, as you can see. If this is your first video seeing by me, be sure to go check out some of my other stuff. I love minimum captures. I love 2-player. I do 2-player 80% quite a bit. I do a lot of speed runs, challenge runs, all of that sorts. You know, in general, it's Odyssey. So, if you like Odyssey, I'm probably a good person to follow. But ending off on this dragon phase, you'll see I'm using 2-player to instead of 1. Yeah, you'll see I'm using 2-player instead of 1-player because Cappy comes out just a little bit faster when you do that, so not too bad. But that'll do it for Ruined Kingdom. It's pretty much just any percent, or min caps, or any run that doesn't come back here later. Whew. The gauntlet of a kingdom that's coming up. So I need to prepare just a little bit. Alright, so we're going to be doing a whole handful of CRCs in just a second. Controller connect. There we go. So, alright. There's Ruined. Oh, apparently we skipped the aisle 1 to 2. Oh, that could be a backup. It'd get me another moon, too. But no, for now, you know, I really hope my 1 to 4 plus 3 setup is good. Let me just... Okay, we seem to be all good. Alright, so do ignore this sudden change of scenery, literally. Basically, what I am doing here is setting up a sort of complex CRC. I'm using the little layout you see in the bottom right. I didn't hit the blocks. Oh, I messed up. Oh, that's not good. Alright. Well, this is going to be the scuffedest CRC anyone's ever done, but I'll make do. Un moment. I'm using the line to line up, believe it or not. The line lines up. I am running out of time. So I do need to hit this. I'm trying to line up the sort of green line you see in the bottom right to a certain point. That should do. Yeah, I don't have time to dilly-dally. But here I'm using a overlay on OBS to sort of line up my height. And, you know, that's probably as best as we're going to get. You'll see it's not perfect, but that should do. I'm going to go back here. There we are. Yeah, that's the lineup for a first-person list. 1 to 4 plus 3. 1 to 4 plus 3 is... Hold up. All right. 1 to 4 plus 3 is a CRC that saves probably about a minute. I'm not sure about in this category, but in general, it saves about a minute. And I like to do it wherever I can, so... It is incredibly hard. So, you know, some people opt not to do it, especially in this sort of hour-long category. Alright, sorry. Alright, so now I just hit that checkpoint far off into the distance. And now I'm going to hit that checkpoint. So I have thus combined 2 CRCs in this game to save time. Basically, when I hit that checkpoint very far out, I used the distance from that to hit this checkpoint that I just spawned at. It's very complicated. I mean, it's not that complicated. Like, to do, it's even more complicated, but to say, you know, one checkpoint, other checkpoint. But, yeah, we have skipped a CRC. And now we get to do another CRC. This one gives me a bit more time, but with that more time, I have more stuff to do. So you'll notice that I do not have Cappy. That is for a very practical reason. I sent him ground pounding off of the edge. Which if, you know, you've seen the CRCs this run, that is a very common attribute of CRCs. So yes, we are CRCing right now, currently. Not really. We are setting up for a CRC right now. And yeah, currently I am ground pounding Cappy with my feet to send him into the void. Basically, the whole reason we're doing that is, you know, otherwise we'd have nothing to do. Like, in all the other CRCs, we are just standing there while we wait for Cappy to get his distance right. But for this one, we are able to do something else to save time. So I just kind of do as much as I can in the time period, which, you know, even still, we have to sit here for a while. So, okay. So now I am back ground pounding like normal, and we're gonna hit a checkpoint over there with the CRC. This is the longest, but probably easiest CRC in the game. It's not too bad. There is a alternative version called 4 to 6. This is 4 to inner wall. Thing about 4 to 6, really hard. And I did it in the most recent min caps world record, but you know, right now I don't, especially with all the purples I had to get, I didn't want to do it. This is not the hardest CRC. In the normal min caps run, where I did the new one, it would be, but this one's quite easy. Actually, the one I'm doing right now is really easy. Here, doing another CRC, you can see that CRCs follow a general consensus of teleporting Cappy, doing a movement, and then teleporting Cappy again to hit that checkpoint. There is a thing you can do here called 4 to enter wall plus 5. Because we are actually doing 2 CRCs, I'm immediately setting up another one right now. But from the distance I got from the CRC, excuse me, I'm trying to get Mario to do a very specific animation. That. I can use the distance from the other CRC to hit this one. But it's if you hit that, you save about a minute. But I'd probably spend about 20 seconds trying and failing it, and it's not something I've practiced, so I try not to. Alright, I've been asked this a lot, so I'm going to address it. I have 2 timers because one's the splits and one's the, YouTube timer. Because I might cut out the stream overlay and just leave the game. So, thanks for being so persistent. You made me break the 4th wall, guys. Come on, what are we doing? Alright, so coming into the CRC, this one's actually one of the shortest CRCs in the run. Only about 54 seconds. But once we're done that, it's as simple as just backflipping as well as keep shaking. Because I'm bad at splitting. Alright, so we hit that CRC and get the moon. That one's pretty easy. But we actually do have to get this moon. Number 1, it's a moon. And because it unlocks all of the story progression in the rest of Bowser's. Alright, so from here that's actually the last CRC in the run. So, thank God. I actually didn't mess up any, which is very nice. Alright, so now probably don't need outer wall. We have to actually jump back to the bunnies because, again, it gives us a story moon. We need to defeat them. But we also want that checkpoint as well as these purples. We only need 20 purples in all of Bowser's, so here we just do some pretty average strats to defeat Topper. Just to jump on him, jump on his head. It's very similar to Cap Kingdom. And there we are. Harriet. I really like Harriet. Harriet, we get to do a secret little trick that I'll show you. Honestly, this one, I don't really know how it works. But, I never really ask how something works. I just, what are the buttons I need to press? So, basically, I hit 2 bombs at Harriet to have this one floating, so I can do that and hit her. That trick is called Sarbamba, for whatever reason. I hope that coin isn't too close to mess me up. Alright, well, I tried to do a 2-player bomb hit, but it seemed to get eaten. Unfortunate. Alright, so that is it for the bunnies. I don't believe I split for shards properly. But, yep, here's the bunnies moon. Alright, and since we got the checkpoint up above, we can just immediately warp back up. So, yeah. Now we get to do the biggest, the most known part of this run. Anyone who knows min caps, almost anyone who knows Odyssey, knows of the nut jump. And I was supposed to swap into assist mode there because it makes everything quite a bit easier. If I miss, okay, I didn't miss the nut throw, but if I fail the nut jump once or anything, I'll swap. But otherwise, assist mode helps. But I'm forgetting to swap in and out of assist mode a lot this run, aren't I? Unfortunate. But yeah, well, we wait for the nut to spawn. We just wait. No one really knows why you have to get the nut wet, but, you do. Oh, excuse me. Whoa. Alright, so, here, we get to see the nut jump, yay! It's very hard. I'm not going to be able to commentate my entire way through it. Especially when we get to the long one. We have to do this twice, this run. So... Please don't. Okay. Come on. Ah. Nut jumping is quite hard. Not sure if you can tell. It is a nearly frame perfect trick. It has 2 or 3 frames. We are doing this to skip that pylon right there. This is not possible on the latest version. Only 1.0. Unk is washed, unfortunately. You know, that's probably not the best thing to do, but, you know, I'm already committed. I guess nut jumping is possible in 1.1, a very obscure version of the game, but there you go. But now since I did that, I have to re-wet the nut. So I probably should have just stayed in normal mode there, but you know, I kind of wanted to go into assist mode in general. Hey, can I have that? Alright, we're done for purples. And that's a special little assist mode way of wetting the nut a little bit faster because of how fast it respawns. Alright, so try this one more time. Ah, I knew it. Oh, I felt it. And now the nut's dead, thank God. So, of course, you know, this trick, very hard. You know, even all of the years I've mastered this, it still takes its toll on me. And even if I get it right now, there's no guarantee that it won't go awful later. Unk still got it. Not too bad. Alright, so that was the nut jump, you know. Had to focus up. But we get this moon, and to get actually up to where we need to go, we can do that jump. And if we were to fail that, because we're in assist mode, thankfully I swapped to it, because we're in assist mode, it would save us. So that's one of the reasons you want to be in assist mode there. I missed Cappy, therefore I cannot get back on top of the mech. But if I were to fall off at any point, that's probably the best time. But, you know, preferably we don't fall off at all. That is not very behavior. Alright, well, you know what? We can... Very unfortunate timing. We have fallen off again. I will not fall off again. I'm playing it so safe. So there I used Cappy to hit the bubble that I needed to hit. And now we can get a little scared and ride the mech. So now we get to do a trick called Target Acquired. Normally it's when it's done in one player, it can be pretty hard, but in two player it's not too bad because since Cappy has a ground pound function, I am able to do this. So, not too bad. That is the end of Mech, as well as Bowser, well, as well as this Bowser's Kingdom. all we have left to do is get the multi-moon. Of course, you know, target acquired being probably one of the hardest things you could possibly do in one player. Just ever. But in two player, easy. But that wraps up Bowser's, and we can go up to Moon Kingdom. Notoriously home to some really hard moons. We only have to do one, you know, decently hard moon. Target acquired's very hard. Just reiterate that fact. Super hard. For YouTube, I'm trolling a chat member. Moving on to Moon, we actually have to enter Moon Cave and do something. Moon Cave holds some of my worst memories in recent times. So that's gonna be fun. But we only have to do one. Oh wow, we don't do anything. We just go straight to Moon Cave. So, doing some very similar to any percent movement, we come over here and vector down to not hit that spike. Two-player saves quite a bit of time in this game in general, and you're going to see one of the main reasons coming up here. So you can see that that saves quite a bit of time over the normal Moon Cave skip. But, you know, funnily enough, we skip Moon Cave just to go right back into Moon Cave. Can I have that? Thanks. But I did that just to grab the checkpoint, because I think that's faster. Alright, so I'm going to do this first, because I feel like it. Alright, so this is a trick known as a gay clip. That is the name for it. You'll see why when it happens, but, you know, you can start to see that we are trying to impale Mario on this Bowser's bike. What that will do, well, I'll wait for it, but I hope it doesn't take me too long. This can take, you know, you can get it first try, or it can take like 5 minutes. Let's hope for not too long in between. Technically, this is faster for like a BTT scenario, because capturing this statue, even in like all moons or something, is quite slow. So if you can just immediately just go down there to the moon. I'm not exactly sure how precise this is, but you know, you can see that even when it looks like I'm right above it, he doesn't go through. You see, that looked perfect to me. There we go. Alright, that's not too bad. So that's Gay Clip, or some call it the jump scare. Gay Clip jump scare. But yeah, you just get impaled by that. You clip through the Bowser statue. But we actually have to come back down here, because there is another moon that we are supposed to get. Also some purples, apparently. Right there. And the second moon that resides down here is the ski moon. Ah. And that is the only 2 moons we need to get in Moon Cave. The only ones that is possible to get without intense headaches. So, yeah, we would grab this checkpoint earlier, and we are headed off to finish base game. So, we enter the chapel like any other run, and confront Bowser. Hello, Bowser. The fight isn't too special aside from this right here. That's pretty much the only thing we can do with two-player. You know, no captures, so we have nothing to worry about here. Well, for now. But you'll notice, if you've never seen a min-cap run before, that scared me. If you've never seen a min-cap run before, you'll notice that we've only done 2 captures so far. And we do need a third, and we are, well, because spoiler alert, the run does result in 3 captures. So we do need a third before we beat the game. I'm dragging this on way too long, but coming up is the final capture, basically, before we beat the game. Otherwise, it is just Bowser as normal. We take damage on this hat to make it a little bit easier to hit this final trap. So we come down to what's called the escape sequence, and there he is, the man himself right there, Bowser, the final capture of the run. Well, of the 3 captures any percent run. Of course, in the darker side variant, we do have 1 more, which is a bit less climactic than this, but it'll be alright. This is the 3rd capture of the run, and the final for a good few hours. If we were to die right now, number 1, I'd probably reset, but 2, it would actually completely invalidate this run. That would, it's like, basically if you die, I'm not going to try that. If you die as Bowser, it counts as a completely separate capture when you respawn. So that's probably the most risky place to die. But going through the 2D, we still have the abilities that 2-player gives us as a 2D. But we just come through here, blasting away at these rocks, and moving on to pillars. That trick I went for right before the 2D section, 2DSS, quite often results in death, so it's probably best that I bailed on it. Does that hit? It does hit. Okay, nice. But with pillars, we just want to do our best to hit as many fireballs as we can on these and try and minimize the amount of swipage we have to do. There we go. And that is all 4 pillars, and coming up on the end of any percent. You'll notice coming up that, what's that right there? Is that a wire? Is that the 4th capture? No, oh my god. We've miscounted for 5 years. How did this happen? No, that is technically not a capture. While it is a wire and you are transforming into it, the game, that's what's most important. The game does not consider it a capture. It is a animation, or is a cutscene trigger. When you jump in the wire, it triggers a cutscene, and it's not a 4th capture. So, not a capture. Don't want to hear it. Not my problem. But yeah, that beats the game. That is 3 captures done in 2 hours, 18 minutes, and 39 seconds. And we move on to Mushroom Kingdom. Of course, we are not done yet, not in the slightest. We have 184 moons. We need 500 by the end of this run. And yes, we're going to get that in the next 2 hours and 30 minutes, probably. So we need this seed right here. And bringing it over to the pots. Planting it as so. Come here, bunny. He's running. I'm gonna crouch out on this bunny. There we go. Were we not supposed to get this yet? Oh well. And then we... What on the world is happening? No, we were supposed to get that. Okay. This is something I saw in another run, so I'm going to do it now. Alright, so while we wait for the dog to do his thing, I grab Toad, since we're on a cycle anyway. Grab these purples, and here's actually where the dog spot will remain. I was thinking we were going to do sheep, but, you know, sheep is a incredibly slow moon. So it turns out that meat skip helps us skip the sheep moon entirely. Which is quite nice because it is one of my least favorite moons. I cannot pass this up. The SMO community, thank you for the raid over on Twitch. I am doing a YouTube sort of highlight recording covering the Mincap Starker-Side run. I'm in 2-player. I need to not be in 2-player for this KFR. But when we come in KFR, we have to be in 1-player. And this gives us 2 moons. So here we just grab some rocket flowers and make our way over to the end. Pretty simple. Vectoring and bouncing as we go. This gets us 1 moon for the regular cup, and then the second one will be the Master Cup. And right here, we just do the exact same thing we did before, but hopefully a little bit faster. Honestly, I don't think I could have gotten faster. You know, we're off to a bad start. There's no way I could beat that first one, just because the vectoring was too perfect. But, yeah, not too, you know, we lost 0.3 there, oh no. Next, we need to grab this seed. No, my Joy-Con's not connected. So, yeah, there's a lot of things to keep track of in this run. You'll see that is one of them, having to keep your controllers in check. Not something you really think about when watching these. We grab those purples there, and rocket flower there. Making our way over to the seeds over here. And then I believe I want all of these. No, we'll get those later. Alright, and then grow a flower ground right here with the spin throw. And then there is a bunch of purples around here that we want. How did that not get any of them? Try this one more time. There we go. I don't think I wanted to do that yet. Yeah, I did not want to do that yet. Excuse me, Mr. Scarecrow. Can I have that back, please? I'm gonna get all all of these. And then we get to do another 1.0 only clip. Coming up here to the top of the castle. Missing my wall jump, as always. There we go. On this little pillar... Oh, there we go. We can do another spin throw clip. That usually takes longer than that. To get this moon right here. There we go. That is Toad Defender. Very nice. And then now we can do the timer. You know, it probably didn't matter when I did it, but it'll be alright. Grabbing a checkpoint along the way. Assist mode actually gives us a longer timer for this, which is quite nice. Warping over to the Mushroom Pond checkpoint where we get the other seed. Grabbing rocket flowers and such. Wait. No. Thought I could do some crazy movement, but the seed does hate me. In total, we need 45 purples by the end of this mushroom. Planting that one there and getting this one. Go be... Oh. I turned a little too soon. There we go. Now we head over to Castle. Getting this checkpoint and talking to Toad. Now we have to swap to one player to get a moon inside of the castle. With no motion aiming, that turn is quite comically slow. Hitting all of these tiles, as well as grabbing that hint art for later. And hitting all of these tiles. You know, you learn where these are just from playing the game. And if you just, like, look at them once or twice, you'll probably remember them pretty well. Here we're going to get one moon from Toadette, just to unlock her counters. Even though I don't believe we really use them at all, since we don't really worry about coins, don't worry about cap throws. But it's still something to, like, have. I like it. And it doesn't lose time because we have to come talk to her later anyway. Oh! I did a special little trick there called an O-warp. It's almost accidental. But if you frame perfectly press the cap throw button on the Cappy controller after warping, Cappy will teleport. Moving on to Cascade. We want to warp straight up to the checkpoint we got. I hope that was the right checkpoint. That might have been the bridge. Nope, alright. So, not a lot of extra moons are spawned before you hit the moon rock, but this is one of them. So, we're going to hit this and grab these two moons before the moon rock. So just triple jump our way up there, and you'll never guess where we're going next. Grabbing this moon as well as these purples in front of us. And then make our way over to the moon rock. And hopefully Cappy comes back in time, or else I'm going to have to take my time hitting the moon rock, that's for sure. Next is Captain Toad right below where we are. My muscle memory nearly had me drop below to capture a chain chomp from other runs, but cannot do that, so... Need those purples, grab that one, there we go. Now we get to do another Cappy clip from earlier. If we clip Cappy into that rock, then we can get under the ground Pretty much as simply as that. I don't need those. There we go. We grab these purples and enter this sub-area. This sub-area is pretty centered around a main capture, that dino over there, but you cannot get the secret moon in this sub-area, which is encased inside of, I guess, a block. But the main moon is only uncovered by killing all of these guys, which you can do, like how I'm doing right now, just by killing them with Cappy and spin throws. So, I believe this is the slowest moon, or like, not slowest moon, but slowest time to moon ratio in the run. So, because this only gets us one moon and it takes a good while. That's not too bad. But we're always looking for time saves in even this long of a category. Grab that checkpoint, and if I remember correctly, this rock into that rock. There we go. The rock I grabbed had a moon in it, and by running it into another block rock, it instantly broke open. Entering this sub-area, we can roll our way through. Rather sloppily, but that's alright. Using these winds to hit that lever and spawn a moon. I don't know if any other moon in the game has a lever spawn a moon. That feels pretty unique. I'm getting stuck on this stuff. Alright. Well, alright, so we get both moons in here and warp to the Odyssey. I love how I sound surprised every time something happens. Oh yeah, because I'm pretty sure what happened before, because one moon we do not get in this run is a moon called World Warper. Basically, you take every painting in the game. That is possible in min caps, but we don't do it because you'd have to go to a lot of unnecessary revisits that you wouldn't normally. So I'm doing another KFR. This one has to be done in one player. And assist mode does not apply here, funnily enough. I'm going to go for DSS one time. If I hit it, it'll be pretty cool and save about 10 seconds. There we go. Alright, not too shabby. That was actually pretty good. So that is the regular cup. Giving us one moon. And we still have to do the Master Cup. Coming up doing the exact same thing, hoping to hit DSS to save exactly if, there we go, save exactly if not more than 10 seconds. Oh, we actually PB'd technically. That was some pretty solid KFRs. Now we need to swap back into 2-player. I do wish that they would allow you to do KFRs in 1 player. Number one, because it would save time in this run, but also things like 2-player all moons would be possible. Did I say 1P? I meant 2P. Yes, I wish KFR was possible in 2-player. We get these timer challenges, and normally we'd get the treasure chest right there, but we can't. It was a required moon in Big 1. Wish we had Cappy back, but I guess he wants to take his time over at the timer. Did I get enough purples? I hope so. We get the caveman outfit for the NPC later. We finally get an outfit change. And we got this one. I think I'm supposed to buy the doctor outfit here. No, I don't think it matters. Okay. And then, oh, we got the DSS again. Will I hit it? I feel like doing it again. Usually I'd only give it one shot, but I'm gonna try it again. Usually I'd only give it one shot, but alright, first try. We come over here to this cloud and make our way back. Thanks for giving me purples game. We get treasure under the cliff and enter this sub area where we can do a pretty cool trick jump. Just like that. That trick jump's usually not too bad, even in one player, but that is a crazy direction for the shell to go. But it's definitely pretty cool. Get over the shell, just like that. But yeah, no captures in this sub-area or really anything. You just gotta do it fast for the run. And that is the second moon here. I really like that jump at the start. It's really satisfying. And it's not too bad once you're good at it. Next we enter... We don't do anything apparently, because wall jumps don't work. But we want to enter the 2D section. Many times have I been stumped by the min caps ways. Oh, thread the needle. Oh, I did it. You know, instinctively hitting that block, but it would actually be a bad idea to go back there since we already got that moon in Cascade 1. Come here, Peach. So now we get Peach. Peach actually wouldn't have spawned in any of the kingdoms if I didn't talk to that toad right in front of Peach's castle. So, you know, that's the general thing for every run. If you forget to talk to Toad, you're not going to have a fun time. We get this moon, guarded by Colossal Fossil, as well as this one, bit scary, and the whole reason we bought the outfit right here. Nearby us right now is one of the hardest moons in min caps, getting moons, min caps max moons. But luckily we don't have to get that. We did all of the super hard stuff we need to do with Meat Skip already. But it would be like straight ahead there. And honestly, in my opinion, you know, I could probably do it. I used to do it in this run, but with the introduction of Meat Skip, it's not really worth it anymore. But yeah, we just roll our way through the sub area. I think it's pretty cool. It dropped my long jump. The moon I am talking about when I say that is Chain Chomp. It'd be Captureless Chain Chomp. It is done with a very hard jump. Do I have enough? 30. I might be wait. I might be down a sub area. Oh goodness. I'm gonna have to look into that. Oh my. Am I down moons? Am I gonna have to go back to Cascade? Taking notes, Peach. Guarded. Oh, yeah, we completely exterminate all the ogres on this island. I'm trying to backtrack to see if I missed any moons. I got shopping. Where am I going from here? Probably here. Alright, so, yep, we're gonna break this moon rock right now. Ah, why does he not get it on the way back? Look at this. Hintart. And warp to Odyssey. Do I want this right now? Do I want that right now? I'm gonna get it right now just because I feel like it. I'm on a different part of the slide. Okay, that's unreasonable. We get that cap hanger moon and then come over to this bird. Where the bird's looking does matter, but if you're kind of paying attention, then you should be fine. I think I go here. I was not supposed to go here. I love reading routes. Okay, I think I'm good on moons. If I'm not, then we'll have to do cleanup later. Okay, I will try and lock it. We want this moon here. This node. Yeah, that's pretty good. Grabbing all those notes gets us a moon. And then I'm gonna go around this way because for a reason you'll see very shortly. So from up here is where the moon actually spawns. So when I grab all of the notes, I can just stay up here, because otherwise, if I grabbed all of them from down there, then I have to come up here anyway. So I figure I might as well get out the way. And then warp to second courtyard. Here we get Stonewall Circuit. That's this moon right here. This moon's not assist mode only, but it's definitely wanted. Otherwise, you would have to nut jump like a few hundred times. No, like 50. You'd have to do more nut jumping, which in general we don't want to do. So assist mode is definitely a good remedy. All right, so man, all those close quarter checkpoints in Bowser's are really fun. Yeah, okay. So we come over here to this moon, and then is it time? Not time yet. We have a few more moons to go before the inevitable. We knock down this frame to get us one more moon. We didn't get this earlier because when nut jumping the frame is quite nice to be like your fallback if you like fail the first nut jump or something. Okay, so we're coming up on one of the coolest, another one of the coolest moons in the run. So first we need to spawn one of the moons, which is done with this key back here. So notice I'm trying to stay off the ground. That's because, you know, we can't capture that, like, Pokio right there. So if I were to touch the ground back here, it would set my assist mode spot back here, and I wouldn't be able to get up. So I need to grab the key without hitting the ground so I can do that. And then from here, I have to do a pretty cool trick jump, pretty hard, to make it onto this rotating thing. And then from here, we just kind of jump up the rotatings. And there we go. We are up at the top. We skipped captures and stuff. And we get these two moons. That that can usually take a while, but you know, as you practice, it gets a lot easier. Coming down, it is unfortunately not time for the nut jump. We have to use the nut for its one and only intended purpose. I felt the silence was needed for me spinning. But yeah, we come up to here. This is actually the best coin grind. So, oh goodness, if you were not doing meat skip, you would have to coin grind in here for like an hour and 30 minutes. Oh, that's a rocket flower refresh off of a moon. If you cap throw like 2 frames or like 1 frame before you grab the moon, then it'll refresh the rocket flower. I did it again. Even though right here it's pretty unnecessary. Because we immediately go back down. Also, Cappy just gave us a notification that we are at 250 moons. And now we are going to abuse assist mode once again to grab this moon and dive into the void. Now is for the moment you've all waited like 30 minutes for. Nut jump 2. Yippee! We are going to do a, I like to call a assist mode wedding. No, no one's getting married, but we will be wedding the nut. Hold up. Hold up, let me just grab this real quick. So nothing I did in there should have set my assist mode spot, so yeah. I'll come back up here and I am able to get the nut. Alright, so, oh, I'm gonna use the ogre because I think it's funny. I use the ogre to get a, excuse me, sir. I like to use him to get a head start in nut jumping because he's quite high up. So, there we go. Alright, so now we get to do nut jumping 2. I'd argue that the first nut jumping didn't go too well, so hopefully it goes better. You know, I'd argue that's not too bad at all. That's pretty good. Yeah, I'd say that's makes up for the bit of a hiccup we had on the first nut jump, so that's pretty good. But you know, no time to delay. We need to get moons, so here we come to hopping, as well as this horn moon. Coming up in a moon or two comes, if Luncheon notes, the moon I got earlier was one of the hardest in this run, you know, outside of meat skip and all that, this probably is the hardest. You know, like, quote-unquote normal moon. So, you know, it's gonna be pretty crazy if you've never seen it before. Coming up right now, actually, is the Jizzo sub-area, which is where this craziness resides. So, basically, I will get Cappy stuck behind that railing whilst I maneuver Mario to the back of the sub-area, where I will hit... Hold up. Where I will do it first try. Okay. Very nice. So, basically what happened there is I trapped Cappy behind the railing and then jumped up with Mario, and then when Cappy came back, I used him to hit the P-switch that opens that wall. And with proper timing, I was able to dive into the opening of the wall. So that, yeah, that is pretty hard. I'm very happy that that went the way it did. So that's quite nice. Yeah, didn't really have a lot of time to explain it. Yeah, we just got a bunch of coins from that treasure vault. We're getting this timer challenge as well as Captain Toad coming up. Stay tuned for the next episode of Captain Toad. I tried to do a camera manip here, but it didn't seem to work out. Next is a moon inside of this block right here. I actually probably want that, yeah, the outer wall checkpoint as well. Excuse me. He was taking his time. Alright, so next we have another very cool moon of this run. Bowser's is home to a lot of really cool stuff. That sort of crate moon down there that you absolutely cannot see has a moon in it. Okay, well, I've fumbled it. Okay, just die. Alright, it gives me time. That moon down there, you kind of see it glowing to the right of the moon counter. That is a moon we need to get. But because we cannot capture Pokios, we need to get him off. Well, we need to get the moon some other way. So I am going to do a little sort of setup here. I'm letting the Pokio kind of center onto me. I think that'll do. And then I'm going to let him turn around and then go into this corner, and then hopefully this lineup, you know, once the Pokio like slows down after every poke, so even though it looks impossible, he will eventually start. Okay, let me. Okay, now in just a few hits. Okay, maybe not. Maybe this lineup is not what I thought it was. But hopefully this lineup will hit the bomb toward that crate eventually. I mean, you can see the vision, surely. Yep, one more. It's getting there. This one, bang. I lied, this one. Okay, I started moving before it even went. That was scary. Alright, that didn't take too long. Alright, so you can see that, yeah, we just manip the Pokio to do that. Alright, now I need this moon. Probably should have got this on my way, but it's alright. Now, the moon I got on the other side of this, right there, I actually save a little bit of time because I don't have to get it now. You know, why did the fish still move in this cutscene? The fish are defying laws of gravity. Laws of physics. Laws of everything. But now we can come over here and scale this wall. And do, believe it, I probably should grab that rocket flower. Believe it or not, another very cool moon in this run. I actually learned the fast method of doing this. Okay, that was just uncalled for. But here I can do a damage clip. Can I grab that? Here I can do a damage clip to make it out of bounds and hopefully onto this key if it would let me see. Oh my goodness. Well, I actually can't do it on this health. But if I love being able to see. There's the key I need to get. I'm very tempted to do my old method, but that is quite slow. Okay, I'm gonna... Can you stop doing that, Mr. Rock? Right, you can see I'm damage clipping like normal, but I do need to fall onto the key. If I don't get this like this attempt, I'm gonna do my old method. Alright. I'm at 1 health. That's not scary at all. So, you can see that the clip itself is not that bad. Oh, I can do that. The clip itself isn't that bad, but the movement after quite sucks. Oh wait, I can regain some health here because Mario's standing still. Well, I regained 1 because I decided to move. Alright, getting all of these shards, that's the last one. And then we can do the other method of grabbing that key, which is a bit slower, but, you know, it'll be alright. Oh. Okay, that's great. I need to regain a little bit of health, so with assist mode, I'm just gonna stand here for a second or two. And then, by wall jumping between this, I mean, I'm sure you can see what's gonna happen. Using assist mode, I am going to work my way over towards the key. Or not after I'm gonna use assist mode, but for now I'm just gonna wall jump my way towards the key. Just like that. I don't know how people do the damage clip, but you could see both ways on how it could be done. Now we warp out and do another really cool moon in the run. I should probably swap to 1 player for this, but I'm going to do that after I get up here, just like that. So the reason I swapped to 1 player here is this trick requires some buffering with Cappy, and if you recall earlier, buffering is not a thing that is present in 2-player. But the timing of this is actually quite difficult. Because it may just look like I'm kind of like mashing the cap throw button, but you have to pretty precisely time it. So it's not the hardest thing in the world, but, you know, it took longer than I would have liked. But now, swap back into 2-player and go this way. Probably should have grabbed a rocket flower. It was right there. But, oh well. And, can we take a quick guess at what's gonna come next? Oh yeah, another cool moon in this run. This run definitely has a lot of cool moons. This one, not necessarily, you know, it's whatever. But this next one has to be done captureless like all the others, as well as... Go away, Pokio. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. But that's okay. Assist mode puts us right back here, where I can get away from that Pokio. And here I use a little setup to land on that corner of the block and make it up here. Made it look a little easy, but for a first timer that can definitely be difficult. Coming over to the souvenir shop where we grab Peach as well as the shopping moon. I hope I have enough purples. $22. That does not seem like enough purples. But I think it is. It is. Okay. So yep, we get this as well as shopping. Shopping moons are something I tend to forget quite a bit. Just because, you know, you go in, you're buying the souvenirs, you're buying the outfits, and then bang, you're gone. Forget to buy the moon. Also, no duplicated moons are allowed in this run, just at all. Because that would make it quite easy and, you know, a lot faster. Now we enter the outfit room, which is conveniently right behind the shop. No. Actually, that's fine because I had to wait for the cycle anyway. Wrong way. So that's one moon in here, and then the second. There we go. So yeah, you only hit one and then walk through it. Do I go here? No, I go here. Okay. That's also the wrong checkpoint, but oh well. It's close enough because I can just do this. Actually, I probably should have went the other way. I hate rooting, especially when I warp to the wrong checkpoint. But I do need this moon over here. Cool. If you look very carefully in the background, you can see possibly one of the hardest moons to get captureless. Luckily, we don't need to get that in this run. Now we just get all of these notes. I believe this moon is actually called Taking Notes with a Spinning Throw. And that is exactly what we do. I am dove the wrong way. There we go. And we get both moons here. I think I'm missing a moon or three just somewhere along these kingdoms, but you know, it's fine. It's fine. Alright, now we enter Seaside 2. Again, I don't like Seaside very much, but that's alright. I remember what we used to do is nothing, because we do everything in like Seaside 1. But now we actually do stuff. Or no, we'd have a Seaside 3 because of World Warper and having to come back through a painting anyway. Hi. So we get the resort outfit to do the outfit room later, and a souvenir. Getting this moon under Dory and another checkpoint. As much as we try to stay out of the water in Seaside, you know, we have to. Probably would be better to exit out the other side, but I don't think it matters. Actually no, because I can get rocket flowers here. Since Cappy does have a ground pound functionality, I'll use that here. Putting him over the moon spawn, which he doesn't hit for some reason. Please? Did I not hit that? There we go. Okay. I could have swore I hit that second one, but... should I go get another rocket flower? No. Because, that hint art I looked at in Luncheon earlier is right here. A moon unlocked by Meat Skip. Oh no, I jumped up so high. Alright. Call me a fish the way I am swimming. Except don't, because I would be considered capturing. Now we warp to a checkpoint we got earlier. Oh wait, I was not supposed to get that moon down there just then, but that's fine. That, I actually don't think it meant anything. Now we carefully dodge all these gushing waves, and we have to go out of bounds again to get to the story moon that is directly in front of us. If you know this game, the hot spring island is covered in a lava, and the only way to get it off is with a gushin, but a gushin is a capture, and there's no way to get the lava off otherwise. So instead of entering from the top, we choose to enter from the bottom. There we go. And get this moon, well, I guess the moon clears the lava completely. We don't need to hit the buttons again, because we have no way to fight the guy that spawns from it. We slip through this snake spot and get the nesting spot moon, and then get the, I believe, final seed of this sorta Seaside. Ooh, nope. You know, I noticed that this isn't even like a min-cap struggle. This is just what the game wants you to do. Pretty well, maybe not this, but you know, like you can't capture and have a seed. But we run back just like we did earlier and plant this seed. Also, looks like I lied. Looks like we have another seed. Just been asked what has inspired me to do this commentated run. Well, I've done some more like professional commentary on 3 captures recently. But for a more, you know, lengthy run, I don't think I could make such a video. So I figured I'd do a live commentary on this. But this sub area here has, you know, of course you're meant to capture, but it is actually faster, and of course we can't capture to do it without captures. So we get both moons in here and leave. The lava isn't even a concern to us. We go down into this crack right here and hit this timer to activate this moon in the wall. Or activate these platforms to get the moon. There we go. You know, I don't like having to leave this. I'm not sure how optimal this is. I feel like we should have... Would have been faster warp to the Odyssey? I don't know. Well, probably not, because what the waves left behind is right here. We get this and come up to the back canyon, excavate. It probably told me to get a checkpoint, but I will anyway. And then we get to do some more out of bouncing. Man, I love 2-player, just being able to hit things like that. Like, even though the spike was over it, Cappy was still able to hit it. And, you know, it's as easy as that. Otherwise, you'd have to do this area, you know, as intended, Cappy-less. So we actually find a way around this. Just been asked if MCDS, Min-Cap's Darker Side, is possible on a 1.3, or aka the most recent version, with 4 captures. This I'm unsure of. I believe so. I think it might even be easier. No, it's definitely harder because of, like, meat skip and stuff. I believe you can do min cap Darker Side on 1.3 with 4 captures. But I don't believe that would be, like, leaderboard valid if you wanted to get it on. Just because of, like, the minimum of this. But we do this little jump up to the canyon. It looks pretty god darn cool. But before we even grab the story moon, we need to jump up to the cage. Or jump up to Toad right here. Now we can grab the checkpoint and the moon. The reason we didn't grab the moon first is because, as you'll see shortly, the cage will have broken and it would have been a little harder to get up to Toad, and slower. You know, speed is the whole reason we do this. But now we head on back to our final seed, if you thought we passed it up earlier. We did not. We just have to do some other things before that. That's great. Oh, that's awesome. You know, the seed is definitely hard to juggle when you're trying to go fast. Trying to combine rolls and stuff, but, you know, I'd feel a lot worse if I was just walking with the seed. But now we plant this final seed. And now that I'm thinking about it, I probably should have planted one of the other seeds in that pot, because the specific pot that I just planted that seed in takes it, I believe, like an hour to grow instead of the normal 20 minutes. Which, right now, I need to do a DSTA, or a manual DSTA, I guess. I'll just do that. Basically, I'm moving the time forward to grow all of the seeds that I just planted. And I believe what I did moved it up by over a year, so it should grow all of the seeds effectively. It's very similar to the trick I did at the very start of the run, except, you know, it loses a few seconds and isn't automatic. So now we just get all 4 of these seed moons. It's quite the satisfying combo of stuff. Just 4 moons back to back to back. Next we get shopping. Whoa. Looming very nearby is one of the hardest moons in min caps, which luckily we do not have to be doing today. So I am going to warp away before I get some PTSD. And that, we are done with Seaside. Forever, I think. No, no Narrow Valley. Narrow Valley is very slow and very hard. I mean, it's technically fast if you do it fast, but, you know, there's no way. No. 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 Where am I going? Cap Kingdom. You know, kind of ironic that we are going all the way from one end of the globe to the other. But the reason we do that is in Cap Kingdom, there is a hint art for Moon Kingdom. So we need to come here first. Need to get all of these, and then brick jump over to this sign. Usually you'd use a Paragoomba to get over here, but it's faster and, you know, captureless to get it here. So we warp up here because there's no real way to do anything from there. Get under the big one's brim. No! Alright, I tried to get back up, but I failed. So now I just have to use a little bit of assist mode. Now I have to get Good Evening, Captain Toad. Thank you for the bit, Dalton. And then from here, we come down and do the KFRs, the Koopa Free Runnings. We do the KFRs. Man, I love being given money to interrupt me. You know, if you want to interrupt me during my commentary, sure. As long as you're giving me money. We're doing KFR. Cap Kingdom KFR usually has no captures in it. But I try and do it pretty fast, you know, as everything else. We have to do it in one player like all the others. Try to do a clap fire there. Wait, I'm Buster Dog. So we come over here to the goal. And, you know, pretty normal. Cap Kingdom Hint Art. Cap Kingdom KFR. There we go. And we have to do the regular cup and master cup again. You know, I wish that if you beat the time of the Golden Koopa on your first run around, that it would give you both moons, but that's not how the game works, unfortunately. You know, when I'm in a much less serious environment playing the game, I think of a lot of these things that I wouldn't normally think of. Wait, try the thing? I don't think I saved time with that. So next we have to get a moon very low down. Normally you need a Paragoomba to get it, but if I just do that, swap into 2-player while I wait, and get this guy right here. That's a moon. I pulled up some muscle memory right here. You'll notice I left Happy like kind of out. That is, normally if you're not in assist mode, you would have died there, which would have been fine. It's not a big deal. But I leave Cappy out to avoid some when falling into the void and save about a second. But once again, that is completely irrelevant here since we are in assist mode. Next we get this Moon Hint Art, which I talked about earlier, and then Beach. Now we come down to this moon. We don't have Cappy yet, so there's probably a little something we can do, but otherwise, you know, we are just waiting here for him to open this door. Next is this sub-area, where we get all of the shards quite quick. It's always quite satisfying getting all of these like that. I'd call that pretty good. Alright, so yeah, that's the sub-area. You know, there are frogs in here, but nothing real threat of capturing. Next is this moon pipe up here. Oh my finger slipped. Which will take us to the rolling sub-area. Here, we can't unroll if we wanted to. There are no captures. You know, just a victim of time here. Can get some coins, though. Not that we really need them. exiting this pipe is where the bird cycle begins. If you don't know, in Cap Kingdom there is a bird. You can see it right there. That's where it starts. But we need to be in a very specific position with it whenever we need to use it. So I need to move quite fast and make not that many mistakes. So we need to do this Bonneter's little mission he has for us. You can see the way Cappy's talking to us. He is guiding us to a moon, which normally we don't know the location to. Supposed to get the purple's up there, but it's not right here. And then we get this moon, and then this moon, and I've already felt like I've moved way too fast because I definitely have enough time for something else, but because the bird is all the way over there and I need it to be over here. I'm not that slow. We just have to wait for a second. If I grabbed the purples or even the spinning hat moon, we would have been fine. Yeah, I probably should have. That's okay. But we want to use this bird in order to pretty much close the gap between the other moon over there. So by using this, we are able to refresh our cap bounce to get this moon over here. Otherwise, this moon is still possible without doing that, but it's a lot harder and would probably take you a lot longer, you know? So from here, we already got the money moon, and we want to get where the Bonneter brought us to, which is right here. And then we get this moon we spawned. Whoa, jumped over it. Alright, next is another pretty interesting moon in the run. By using assist mode and talking to that guy, we can do this a few times until we get bored of losing time. I'm joking, of course. We can use it to clip into the hat and get this moon. And then we come over here to this sort of sunken hat. I'm going to do my best to not touch the ground, or not touch the hat, because if I don't touch the hat, then I can use assist mode to bubble me back to the mainland. Just like that. I'm going to use Cappy to get these purples. Bang. That is all the purples I need, and then we can shop and stuff. All I need is these two souvenirs, as well as the moon. Can't forget that. Don't need the outfits or anything, since there's no outfit moons in this kingdom. Yo, by 10. Now we get to do a pretty hard trick jump, but I've grown to be pretty good at it over the years, so... Just like that, using some 2P tech. It is possible in one player, but oh, look at that. So I'm using assist mode here to, you know, just bring me back pretty easily, but grabbing all those notes pretty quickly. Pretty happy with that. But that finishes off Cap Kingdom. There are only 20... Well, there's 26 moons possible here, but we only get 24 because the other ones are quite hard. A lot harder than I'm willing to do right now. We are well over halfway there. Whoa, living on a prayer. Now I'm going all the way back to this side for moon. Oh, now this is not my favorite moon in the run. It looks really cool if I get it, but I warn you, it's quite hard. I don't know why I'm warning you, I'm the one who has to suffer. Alright, So, first thing we're going to do is break the moon rock. Just like that. And then... Actually, I think I need to break the moon rock again. Let me redo that scenario. I think I want 2 rocket flowers this time. Okay. Bang. Okay, so of course I was joking about moon rock, but that is a trick jump called Squid Game. Basically, we use that moon guy as well as some 2P tech to make it up to that jumping as high as a frog moon. That is not the only way to do that moon. You can use a dog, and it would take like 5 minutes, but it would definitely take a while. But I was able to get that using Squid Game, so quite cool. I'm very happy to have gotten that first try. I think we might have just saved like 10 minutes over world record. So, very nice, very nice. Ah. Okay. Just like that, we get the timer challenge, and we need these purples. I probably don't need to get Cappy. Nah, he's coming back anyway. There's a moon in this rock right here. Again, we can run into another rock in order to bust it open immediately, rather than kicking it around a whole bunch. So that's a cool little trick. You can also like throw it into water, throw it from a really high... This bunny, throw it from a really high up place. But for speedrunner's sake, we mostly just throw it into another rock. Now we come up here to grab these purples and enter here. Yep. Since this is a moon gravity sub-area, rolling is quite non-existent, but we do just make our way through it just a little bit. Just like that. Knowing where the moons are from, you know, years of playing this game. You know, you should not be attempting this run if you don't know where every single moon is, honestly. Alright, now we leave. And we had to go this way anyway, so we didn't really need to get those purples just then, but I wanted to. Coming over to this 2D section. What? I was hoping there's a thing you can kind of do where you like phase through the fuzzies and don't take damage. I want these purples. Luckily, assist mode gives me some extra time. That is a really bad one to miss, but it's okay. Under. Oh. Alright, that's okay. I am missing 3 purples from somewhere, but oh well. Now we can get the hint art we got earlier. You know, whenever we look at hint arts, we don't ever really look at them because we just know where they are. And that's where it's at. Toad. Next, we use just a little tech to get a little hype for this moon. These types of moons are honestly my least favorite. With the wriggling guys. But next we come up here and do one of my least favorite sub areas. I do not like it. You can do a thing where you like make it up and around here. Oh, I did it. Okay. Awesome. But now I don't think it matters, because if I tried to jump over there, then I wouldn't have made the cycle, I would have died, so I don't... Yeah, it looked cool. You know what, guys? I actually saved so much time with that. I'm just that awesome. Right there, I tried to make sure I loaded the moon, because if it's, like, off-screen forever, then it won't actually get loaded, so you can actually just, like, phase right through it. And there I use Stoopy to give myself a little boost into it. And now we leave. I do need 2 more purples, but we are supposed to go shopping right now. No, give me those. Just 1 more. Okay. This route's very silly because it doesn't tell you to buy the doctor's outfit, even though you definitely do need it. So to whoever made this route out there, I know who made it, but to whoever made this route, fix it. So we get shopping, and then we get the entire purple coin outfit, and 2 souvenirs. We don't want to wear it, though. We'll use this for later. I love how they're selling a piece of a moon rock in space, where it comes from. The probably least profitable place for it to be sold at. Man, I think about too many things. Dog. Oh yeah, we gotta use the dog. Can you like come over here? It's right here. I can tell you where it's at. You know, this guy has no pattern recognition, because believe it or not, it just might be in the middle of all the craters you're searching. One thing I can do to kind of shorten his searching time is hit some of the spots I can before he... Sir. He'll probably look for it. Hitting some of the spots before he can, but the moon is right there. He's going to it. But, yeah, we just get this. And then... I believe the entire time we do trace walking, yep, the dog will be loaded. And by the time we're done this, we'll be good. Oh, that camera. So we just walk around. This one is unironically really hard. Like, it's something that, you know, is not uncommon for me to fail once or twice. But, you know, we can hope. Of course you can do something faster than, you know, just walking. But, it sucks. But that looks good enough. Yeah, alright, we're all good. No more trace walkings, I think. Yeah, no more trace walkings. And then the dog's all done, and we can get his room. Next we work up here. And then get this moon on the side of cliff. Apologies if the background is a bit noisy. We talk to the Sphinx. That's the wrong one. We can do the trace walking. We can do meat skip. We can do Squid Game, but we cannot talk to the Sphinx. Question I have just received. Do you have to learn Chinese for this run? The answer, of course, is yes. If you do not know Chinese, you are unfit for this run. Of course, I am joking. You do not need to know Chinese at all. I do not know Chinese. As funny as it would be to truly say that, no, you do not need to know Chinese. We get all of these shards back here. This guy... Oh, I got him. No, that was crazy. He was looking at me, so I, like, brought it around town and got him. No, give me it. There we go. That spawns him. Oh, get me off the bell. Did you know you could hit the bell? If you like cap throw at the bell, then it will. I didn't get tip of the white spire. This is the moon I've missed before, and if I wasn't paying attention, I would have missed it again. You'd think, you know, holding the world record in this, it would be a lot, you know the route, it wouldn't be too bad. You know, you definitely wouldn't be forgetting moons, but... Oops. Apparently that fall stunts. Oh, one player. Almost forgot. I think I've forgotten for, like, every KFR. You know, unfortunately, this isn't one of those short runs where I can get something near perfect to commentate over. Unfortunately, there is a reality to the state of this run. You know, I'd argue I'm doing pretty good. It's definitely a hard run. Sorry, Moon Kingdom's pretty hard to do pretty quickly, but I'd say that's pretty good. Yeah, basically just using rocket flowers to go back and forth. There aren't any captures in a lot of Moon Kingdom. Excuse me. Vector down. You can do a frame throw here, but, you know, a frame perfect trick in a run like this isn't my favorite thing ever. That's not good. Why did it ran out so early? Can I have that? Thanks. I messed up my rocket flower timings, but oh well. Decent recovery, I guess. Not bad. Only lost 3 seconds to a pretty not bad KFR. Last thing to do in Moon Kingdom is enter the chapel. The reason in Moon 1, if you're an astute observer, you'll notice that we didn't get the up in the rafters moon. We didn't get that because you know, of course, now we have to come in here to not only look at the hint art that is right here, but also to get the Doctor in the House moon, which is this guy. This guy's tummy hurts, so we have to... Swap to assist? No, already an assist. Man, getting Squid Game first try is quite nice. Oh, update. We are ahead of world record by a little more than a minute. And we are going to be more ahead with the conclusion of this split. There we go. Going into Ruined, like I said earlier, we did not get the chest moon that was available in Ruined 1 because we'd be coming back here later. So that is the first thing we're going to do. Right here is the moon along with some coins. And the reason we pretty much did this is because on your way to here is the moon. Rock. That was an interesting turn of events. If you heard and can see my health bar, I got assist mode bubbled as I hit the moon rock. That is something I've never done before. But getting this moon up here, I like this moon. This is one of my favorite moons. Upcoming, I would say it's one of the coolest, but you know, it's unique. That's for sure. But all of these mummies. And you'll notice that this charging chuck is very capturable, but I am unable to be very capturable. I do not have any capturability in me. So I just have to lure this guy, which luckily he can be lured and still break the things like normal. But he's got all the way over here now. I don't like how he like runs in like step, but nope, this way. I am getting rolled by these mummies. All right, one more. Come on, big one. Oh, he stopped at the worst point. All right, die, and then give me some coins. Not sure how many more I need in this run. Probably not much, but oh yeah, going down there spawns this mummy for this moon. Something that took me a very long time to realize. And yeah, we only get 4 moons in Ruined. You'd think that you could skip this entire visit, you'd only, you know, get 4 moons elsewhere, but no, you need these. There are other moons worth skipping. Now we move on to Lost. First thing we do is hit the moon rock to, you know, unlock everything here. Pretty much what we do in every kingdom, or a lot of the kingdoms. It's one of the first things we do for sure. Because even, you know, places like Cloud have moon rocks. We come up to the top of this tree and fall into this moon. Do a sort of reverse order that you would normally do these moons in. But, now we come over here, and, you know, in Lost 1 we skipped this entire section, so we have to do it now. Getting this checkpoint, as well as this moon. Captain Toad is not far away. Right there. I love the hole that he has. Pause. So now, after Toad, we, of course, get some of these coins. And now I have to get the moon shards. As so. There's one in here. You normally get it with a wiggler, but even in, you know, normal play, you don't. Because Captureless, for a few things, is just faster. And then that'll be the last shard we get, like that. Next is going to be these, like, little fuzzy areas. Oh my goodness, I rolled over that. That might just be the best thing I've ever done. That is, of course, a joke, but I did find that pretty cool. And then I believe these are the last purples we get. Yep. For once we death warp out of here. Of course, that was the optimal thing to do. Joking. That was not supposed to happen. This wall has some very unfortunate collision that messes with our ability to get up here. But, you know, taking notes, I believe, stretch and shrink or something. Of course, we can't stretch nor shrink. So we have to, you know, just get it normally with a few spin throws. It's not too bad. Now we get kind of a scary, a conglomerate of moons. We combine these three, the bunny and the ground pound moon that we skipped out on earlier. Oh, that bunny can really mess me up sometimes, so I'm happy I hit it just like that. But now we need to go up above. And so to this. Also, another thing about two-player, kind of just came to my attention, roll cancels are actually frame perfect. So anytime you see me doing a roll cancel, that is a frame perfect input. There is a fast strat you can do in this room, but I don't find it to be worth it, because if you mess it up, it can mess up all sorts of klepto cycles and whatnot, so. But when you're not doing that, you kind of just scare them a bit. I do have to be a little speedy to make it to this platform before him, which I didn't. So now he's going to go all the way over here, and the thing I didn't want to happen has happened. So hopefully now he goes to the other one, which he does, thankfully. So that's a minor time loss. But with this, we get Cappy back and can moonclip. Oh, you can moonclip there. There's very little use to it, but you know, it's fun to have fun. And moon back here. We could try and poison or I guess death warp that, but I don't think it's very worth it. When you could just go up there. Peach right here. We get Peach in pretty much every kingdom we can. I believe the only kingdom we can't get Peach is Ruined, which if we could get it in Ruined, of course we'd get the moon from Ruined, but I believe we get 2 more moons from... Nope, not that one. From Peach in Moon Kingdom and then Peach in Mushroom. So... Next, we get the Shopping Moon, as well as 2 souvenirs. We probably don't need any outfits. Coming up on about 1 hour left in this run. Oh, no. Oh, yes. Okay, getting this moon... while we also activate this timer. And then enter the moon pipe. coming through here, you know, normally you'd use a Wiggler to do it all, but I'm pretty sure no one's ever actually used a Wiggler in this sub area, because we just jump over everything and whatnot. You know, it's definitely faster, but above all, calculus. And that's both moons in here. I am going to start preparing to swap into one player, because there is a faster way to do it rather than just the button in the menu. If you disconnect the second controller, then it will bring up that little menu that just happened. And if you like back out of it or whatnot, then it will take you into one player, which is faster than clicking the button. Here's Lost KFR. So here's our first time doing Lost KFR. Unfortunate. But Lost KFR is quite similar to, you know, in any percent run. Or what? Oh my goodness. But very similar to what I did in Lost 1. While jumping up here to reach the goal. Next up is, of course, Master Cup. Like many others, we don't have many KFRs left to do. Actually, I think we have just one. Nope, two. We have 2 KFRs left after this. Very nice. I got the triple jump around the corner. That's usually pretty hard. Oh, did not get the side flip I wanted there, though. Oh, that was a scary one. If I bonked. Alright, that is it for Lost Kingdom. Seems we're losing a bit of time. I don't know how. Everything felt pretty good. We're not losing much, just like 10-20 seconds. Something that would devastate me in any other category. Next is Cloud, which is conveniently right there. Cloud, you know, following the pattern of all the other kingdoms, has a moon rock, and that's the first thing we're hitting. Yeah. Uncle Amiibo always getting in my way. Moon rock, and then right behind it, actually, you can see on the map straight ahead is a moon. Yeah. Key for a moon. Getting this, we move on to Peach. I don't know how Peach is here, but, you know, whatever. I don't really care about the lore of these games. I just beat them captureless, you know? Next, we come up to this ground pound razor upper. No, that is not fast at all. Oh well. Well, I missed him on the way up, so we're just gonna have to take another trip. Next is taking notes, digging in the cloud. Somewhere that absolutely no one knows. It changes places every day, I swear. And then this area. For some reason, I never really liked this one either. But it's pretty simple. 2-player doesn't really affect it too much. You know, you just hover where you can. Well, you can do that, which is pretty nice. Oh. There we go. Yeah, invis block's right there. And then we can thread the needle in between those two there. No. Coming over to the last shard right here. Optimally, you die right as you grab it and skip this entire cutscene, but oh well. And just like that, we are done with the sub-area. And we have one more moon left in the kingdom. Another one of these cloud pounders. That's it. Oh, no! Oh, shoot. That's unfortunate. Well, tried to be fancy and ended up down at the bottom. I'm gonna do it again, too. There we go. Unfortunately, losing time here as well. But we will... Well, okay. Next up is Wooded. For some of these kingdoms, I have to double check whether it's the one I need to go to. Wrong. No, I have enough purples, I'm fine. Can I have those? Thanks. Alright, yeah, so we got some rocket flowers. And buy the explorer outfit. No, that's unfortunate. I need the explorer outfit and one souvenir, but I accidentally backed out and need to do this again, which is going to give me another animation. You know, it only loses a few seconds, but, you know, if I can help it, I'd like to not. Now we go shopping with our very excess of coins. Now we go through the Sphinx Cave just normally. I always found this a little interesting. Some tanks there. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay. So here's fire in the cave. Well, absolutely wrecked. Kill that guy, spawns the moon. Here is that hint art we looked at in Moon. Right here. Moon clip. Yep. Hit a little moon clip on it for style points as always, you know? It didn't really help anything, but it's funny. Next is flooded pipes. Doing some pretty typical any percent movement. Unfortunately, there is a moon clip that's possible there, but I did mess it up, but that's okay. You know, I'm sure I have bigger fish to fry in a 5-hour category. The ordering on this route is very interesting. It tells me to get flooding pipes and then the hint art. But we come around here to this moon. and then go to the Odyssey. Oh, never mind, I'm not making that. Nope, that's intentional. We want to enter deep woods, and right behind us, I believe. Yep, past the peculiar pipes. If you haven't heard this anywhere, the trick for knowing which pipe it is Mario will actually look at the correct pipe. So if you just kind of stand in between them and let Mario, like you could see Mario kind of looks towards it. And that's how you know. Oh my god. It's all the first pipes. But, yep, there we go. Pretty good peculiar pipes. It's a hard word to say. But we come over here and get the outfit moon to end up in here. Just this one moon. Now we roll down following this sort of stream. Yeah, I'm doing that. This sort of stream, and then coming over here to this timer challenge, grabbing the moon. This next one's certainly going to be fun. Not going to be too bad, actually. You know what? I'm gonna do it a little backwards, because it tells me to do it a way that I don't believe is fast. So, I'm gonna take the dino over here to, they call this the hard rock in deep woods. And then coming up is the rolling rock in deep woods. Don't die into the tree, please. No! Where does he respawn? Is it like there? Oh, he just falls out of the sky. Hey, buddy. I have this rock. There are many like it, but this one is mine. No, the dino's off screen. Alright, so we get these two moons, and then I believe we're good to go. Okay, if this guy gets too scared, then he won't want to give you a nut. Nope, need to get treasure trap. Oh, goodness, I love reading. Come on, let me in. Alright, I planted it, so we should be fine. This is the order for it. Pretty simple. Once we exit, we take the closest beanstalk out, which I would assume to be that one. You know, something tells me this isn't the right one. But Deep Woods always confuses me, honestly. But from here... Yep, oh no, I did it right. For the record, I did it right. We get atop a tall tree. And then we are good to go to Sand Kingdom. So, yeah, it's probably faster to just warp here. You know, I will say we are kind of bleeding time in the last few splits, but we are still ahead by about 2 minutes. Oh, I didn't get observation deck. I probably need that. I probably need that pretty bad, don't I? No, I trust the process. Where am I going? This way. I definitely don't need it. We'll be fine. Alright, so we come up here to this 2D section. This is where the story moon up here resides. But you know, there's a moon in between and some purples, so you can actually skip this tower altogether. but we won't be doing that here. Wait. There we go. Very cool. I love that strat. And then... there we go. We need 65 total purples for Sand Kingdom. We need a lot of the purple stuff. But we will get it. Alright, we come down to Moai, grab this checkpoint, these purples that won't kill me, right? That shard down there, and the shard up here, maybe? There we go. That shard up there. Over here is Bowser's Kingdom hint art, right in between that, or right on that cactus shadow, and then we can see the final shard over there. There we go. We are having very few kingdoms left. We have... next kingdom is Lake, and then Mushroom, and then Darker. So we are getting there. Please prepare for the cutscene. Beautiful cutscene. Now we want to go over to this corner of the map. Not only to get in this sub area, but this checkpoint and the purples inside of it and around it. There's coins in here. Probably should have went... you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna grab those and then do this. Ah, that was pretty good. Very nice. We get the secret moon and then the main moon. After this, we need to come down back over here. If we're gonna warp out anyway, I'm just giving route suggestions. If we're gonna warp out anyway, we probably should have done this first, since it would really be on the way. But that is okay. We put Cappy on that cap hanger, which spawns a moon right here. There are more purples in the next room. I want to be very careful about homing in and everything, because as you can see, those guys are very easy to bump into. Now we warp to here and ride Jaxie. Jaxie helps us get among the 5 cactuses, which is here, as well as takes us to where we need to go, believe it or not. Next moon we get is Found Wooded Kingdom hint art. You can see where it is almost sort of marked by those 2 bushes, so not too bad. Now we enter the hole, just take Jaxie right in it. We need these purples, and you're gonna see your first bit of hue in this run. I'm gonna grab those coins, and then... no, okay. That's unfortunate. There we go. So I use that little triple throw trick to get me a bit more height to grab that moon. It's a bit complicated, but it serves the same purpose, or like it falls under the same category as like moon clips and damage clips. I missed that trick jump. And now we're back here. Come on. This trick jump's not even that hard. There we go. Yep. Oh. Not a 2P only trick jump, but pretty hard nonetheless. With 2P and, you know, being good, it's not too bad though. Now we can warp out. You know, the 2 minutes ahead of record probably doesn't mean, sorry about that, a whole lot compared to the cleanup I have to do, because I believe I'm down moons. Or the route's just kind of bad, you know? Now we need to buy both of these outfits. This one here for an immediate moon in sand, and then this one for another moon in lake. So we don't want to put this one on right now. As well as one souvenir. Whoops. Now, since it has been well more than 20 minutes, we can get these. I'm going to try moon clip on this last one. The moon clip technically isn't all too hard. Yep, there we go. But since I did that, oh, I guess I'm a liar. Usually you'd be, if you hit that, you can go through this wall and make it to this guy. And we dance. Dance for a moon. Moon takes a little bit to spawn. That is it for Sand Kingdom, and we can leave on to Lake. The technically third to last kingdom of the run, but, you know, excluding Darker, second to last. We're bleeding time. Come out here. Definitely want to be careful to number one, not do that. You know, that's probably why we're bleeding time. Alright, now we need to hit this moon rock. And head immediately on over to this moon rock sub area. Try to get a little pipe suck action. Oh. You know, maybe I should stop going for stuff like that. You're telling me that didn't make it? Unfortunate. Oh, that's close. Oh, that frog. Little close for my liking. And there we go. Both things in the sub area. Let me prepare to enter one player. Oh, did I get it in time? I did, okay. So here is the last KFR of the run. Jumping across the water, using a little tech to make it. Okay. A bit scary, but that was pretty good, I'd argue. Next, of course, is the Master Cup. Get us yet another moon, like every other Master Cup in this game. Triple jumping up. And triple jumping down. That one felt a lot better. Oh god, I beat that by over a second. But very nice. Now we need to go back into 2-player. I have once again failed to turn on my 2P controller. Hopefully... Okay, I have noticed it in time. Oh, we have to do this roll cancel clip again. There we go. All to get down to... this seed and these purples, which I don't need, because we only need 10. And we're going to bring this all the way back. Alright, getting this bird moon while juggling this seed, kinda sorta. Nope, RIP that guy. I'm gonna try and get this one first, and hopefully combo these. Alright, not bad. I already got that checkpoint back there. Oh, we are supposed to get these shards, though. So I do have to wait for Cappy to come back nonetheless. Just slowly swimming. Fully intended, by the way. And then it's gonna be this one. This shard, and then I'm gonna use Cappy to ground pound that while I sink Mario. There we go. Moving up, 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 up. Oh! I didn't realize Cappy was still out. That shard. I do love the independence of Cappy and Mario. Truly one of my most favorite things about this mode. I don't need those purples. Very nice. There is a moon directly to our right. See it there. Nice. And then... No! Hit the crate. There we go. Getting this moon on the way. And the box. Coming over to the arena. We've been here a few times, but somehow still haven't gotten the stuff in it. Tried to hit that timer challenge, but I missed. There we go. If I could hit Cappy, that would be great. Thanks. No, I bonked. Okay. Entering here, this sub area is, you know, pretty cool in general, just because of the skips you do. There's not much more to that. There's nothing min caps or anything related in here. It's just pretty cool to do fast because you skip pretty much everything it supplies to you. Come on. I want these coins. I definitely don't need coins. That was so unnecessary. Now we enter the top of the bubble. Oh, I am much off center. And then come up here to the Metro Kingdom hint art. Now, the whole reason we bought the space outfit and the cowboy outfit. Well, first we need to get the pirate outfit. We get the pirate outfit first, but then... Not good. Next is outfit clip. Basically, instead of buying the boxers or the purple coin outfit, we can do this clip to make it in. Okay, after that, we come out through the door, and then straight up here, which one is it? Middle? And then get a moon from her, and all three of these women have moons associated with them. Just to come over here to this shard. And getting the final shard behind this box. Don't take damage, don't take damage. I think we're gonna take damage. And swim over to the moon itself. I'm gonna try a new strat that I've definitely never done like that before, but it's basically a new way to clip the camera inside of this room. Now we can ground pound all the way down to Captain Toad. Quite the slow descent. I should actually be making my way to the other side because there's another moon closer here, which I need to get first. And since we're in assist mode, we don't have to worry about oxygen at all. Because assist mode makes it so you don't drown. Quite nice. But even outside of assist mode, you can get these moons. Getting Captain Toad. We go... Hi, Seed. We go enter shop again. I'm gonna go this way. Get a triple jump. And buy 2 souvenirs. Not that one. And the outfits we bought earlier, we can access them from the locker. Putting on the cowboy. Warping up here. Doing another manual sort of DSTA. I love it being February 28th. The the time where I won't be able to just go up a day. Probably this one. Yep, so we talked to her. I think loads will be too slow for me to just warp, so I'm just gonna fall down. Yeah, that was definitely faster. Cool, cool. Next, we want to put on the space outfit, like that. And then the final lock lady will give us a moon. With that moon, we are done with outfits for a little bit. But now we need the seed moon. And we get to do that outfit clip again. But this time not for the outfit moon. We get to come around here into this water and go to this sub area. We used to just go back around by the Odyssey and do the clip there, but I personally didn't know that you could do outfit clip and then make it from there, but you know, clearly that is faster. We do the sub area backwards because coincidentally the main moon of this area is right behind where you spawn, so if you just jump back then you can just grab the moon. And then the pipe you take gets you quite close to the other ones, so we do that. I'm trying to do something pretty cool here. Yep, invis blocks right here. Quite cool knowledge of the game right there. But I think that is all of the moons. According to this, I'm missing some, but oh well. I don't think I did. Yeah, I probably didn't. We're almost destined to have some sort of cleanup anyway, so. We actually did save a little bit of time there. Mushroom has a little bit of movement, but you know, I'll show you. This guy right here. I need one more purple. We give him the best track that he wants, which is track number 3. Come over here to this moon. You know, another benefit of 2-player. The same benefit, really. Sending him out to do things before you get there. This is something I always dread. But the 2D well right here. Oh, I probably should have been a bit more mindful of my rocket flowers, but because if you do the rocket flower stuff correctly, and you have a bit more time than I had there, you can use the rocket flowers to give you a boost inside of the 2D section, so it's pretty cool. And then now we get to do the funnest sub-area in the game. I'm pretty sure if I enter here too fast, I die, but I didn't. But this sub-area is always a heaping pile of fun. I'm gonna try and get my health back. There we go. Not like I have much else to do. I don't need coins, I don't need jumps or anything, so I could just stand still if I wanted. But, you know, this sub-area, one of my least favorites for sure. But we can use that to bounce up to the secret moon in the area. I believe that's the only way to do it. I've never done it any other way. But we're pretty much just on a big old cycle. cut that just a little close. That's for sure. But I'm trying to be fast. I want world record. Oh, I love my head poking out the top. You know, if I clip out, then that's not good. This part is especially scary because the inputs don't like to cooperate. But essentially, you are just jumping from roly-poly thing to roly-poly thing. Ah, I love that movement. Pretty cool. Alright, so that actually went really well. So we warp back to the Odyssey and get 1 purple in the fountain. Because that's all I need. Somehow ended up getting 3, but... I believe I need this. And 3 of these. Nope, 2 of these. Okay. Yep, all adds up. For outfit 6 for Toadette, I need 1 hat and 2 body pieces. If I was a little cooler and didn't care about speed, I definitely would have chosen a better body piece. You know what, just because I'm... Wait, no, I can't wear it, but I am going to buy another hat just to be safe. You know, that's not really how things work. Things are kind of calculated for a reason, but, you know, why not? It lost 2 seconds and I'd lose a lot. I already talked to Toad from earlier, so I'm just going to come over here and get all of the garden stuff. We get all 4 of these seeds, once again in a pretty satisfying fashion, I think. But now we just roll over to the outfit mode. Yep. And now we can do this treasure room. Never really loved this room. It's definitely a pain if you mess it up. But if you're all good, then it's not too bad. It's definitely a scary one, because if you do mess up, then all the chests explode, and then there's mummies, and you lose time. So, you definitely don't want that to happen. Alright, we are now done. And the last thing we have to do is talk to Toadette for like 20 minutes. I'm not sure how many moons I'm supposed to have. I don't know when the last time I globed was. So we literally do just talk to Toadette for like 10 minutes. Last time I globed was going to sand. I think. No, last time I globed was coming to mushroom. So I need 49 moons by the end of this. And if I don't, then I have a backup moon that is the sheep. And if I super don't, if I'm down 2 moons, then I'm either gonna have to go scavenger hunting or something else. The first thing I'm gonna check is, I don't know, because if I need 2 moons, I'm really out of luck. If I only need 1, then, you know, sheep, it's slow, but it's not awful. World Warper? I don't believe I'll be missing World Warper. And I don't believe World Warper is a backup. Well, I'll definitely be missing it. I went through a lot more less. No, not World Warper. This route does not get World Warper. I can promise. Eight more moons, hopefully. I have a slight feeling I'm going to be down quite a few moons. My feeling was unfortunately correct. Right now I am checking my moon list to see which moons I have forgotten. Like a dummy. I don't think I forgot any in sand. I don't know why I'm checking them. Oh my goodness. Well, I found one. For the record, I am down, I believe, 4 moons. Yeah. That is the most moons I think I've ever been down. 4 is in fact crazy. This is one of the moons I missed. This moon in Seaside. Under a dangerous ceiling. My goodness. Sucks that this is what kills world record. Technically a 450-40. World record is technically a 450-40. And darker takes about 3 minutes. So I have like 5 minutes to catch up. That looks right. That looks like I meant what in the... Okay, I know where one more moon's at. Let me see if I can find another one. Yeah, treasure in, it is. Treasure inside the turret. It is treasure inside the turret. This is very unfortunate. Am I missing any on moon? Yeah, 3? No, that makes sense, right? No, 2. What? 3? 11? Yeah, okay. I'm tripping. What other moon? I mean, Toadette, maybe. Yeah, Mooncave, all 3. Mushroom. 58. You get. I don't have time to search for all that. I have checkpoints. Okay, I'm going to get sheep. I have like 2.5 minutes to get sheep. You know what? Actually, if I have 2 minutes, this CRC takes maybe 1 minute. Perch top of the... Sir, yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. Shout out to chat. Ow. We might be able to make it to world record. This is a ridiculous moon to forget, I can't lie. This is not my best showing of work, but if it's world record, it's world record. Shut up, Mickey. I wasn't looking at all that, right? I was thinking about the lower parts. Alright. So now that we get to darker, I'm in one player just because I don't think swapping back really matters. But here is our fourth capture of the run. And what I'm going to do is attempt a trick called Frog Air Swim. And if I don't get it quite fast, then this won't world record. Basically what I am doing is very slowly, as you can see, floating upwards using Dory. And when I come off of Dory, the frog will remain at the vertical state that it was at before. It will remain at the vertical state. As you can see, we clear that lip and we make the slow trek over to the end. This is how we do Darker Side in only one capture. Very climactic ending to a run, I'm aware. Do. My fingers are so far away from the triggers right now. It's not even funny. Like, this is how I am positioned. Now we are at the end of Darker Side. All we have left to do is scale this building. Not like that. Okay, let's try this one more time. Whoop. Very, very close ending. But that has been the world record for minimum captures Darker Side. I'm happy to have commentated it. I hope you have learned something in this run. This run is incredibly cool. It has a lot of parts and tricks in it. It is pretty non-stop. Yeah. This has been Mincap's Darker Side, the commentated run, and the world record. Hope you enjoyed. Be sure to like and subscribe. I do these types of things all the time. I love doing long runs. I love doing hard runs. I love doing things fast, you know. Thank you for watching.